That is, where are you from, sir? You are from Kaduna. Okay, if you are from Kaduna, what do we call you? Kadunians. What about someone from Bayelsa? What do we call the person? A Bayelsan. You know, I am from Delta State, and there's a city in Delta that is called Warri. What if you are from Warri? What do we call you? We call you a warrior. If you are from Warri, you are a warrior. Wafi. Oh yeah, you are very close. If you are from Warri, you are actually a Wafarian. Hello? Now, I was just thinking, what if you are from that city that is called Jericho? What do we call you? If you are from what do we call you? Jericho. Somebody from Jericho. What's it called? Jerichonian. Is she correct? Jerichonian? We don't know him. Okay, I was thinking somebody would tell me jerrycan. So I would have asked you how many liters. Okay, so there's one more thing that the white man taught us. When I was growing up, they taught us in school that if I want to give a lady a book, someone is asking me, Mr. Steve, to give a lady a book, and he doesn't know the lady's name. He will look at me and he will say, Mr. Steve, can you give her her book? But it's for a male, he will say, give him his book. So I was just thinking, why would they teach us that for a female, it should be give her her book? Then for the male, it should be give him his book. There's an error there. If they're teaching us that the female is give her her book, then for the male, it would have been give him. Thank you very much, sir. Give them, give us, give we, give them, give our. Please clap for yourself, everybody. Clap for yourselves. You guys are doing well. All right, I'd like to recognize very specially the chairman and mayor from Erikama Area Council of the Gambia. Please, with a round of applause, can we acknowledge the presence of Honorable Yakoba Dabi? Please, can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you so much for joining us. All right, like I rightly mentioned, we have some mayors that are here with us this beautiful morning. But I would like to confirm the names, and then at the appropriate time, I will do the recognitions. But for now, I'd like to invite a very delightful woman. In fact, when she walked into the room lightened up. She's been doing this for many years. This is the 8th edition of this very prestigious summit. I'd like to recognize and bring to the podium for her opening remark a trailblazing media entrepreneur and an investigative and developmental journalist with over 2 decades of experience. Of course, she is the founder of Papyrus Global. Her leadership has transformed Damsa's Mega Business Limited into a multifaceted conglomerate with diverse interests. Ladies and gentlemen, impactful and a trailblazer of our time. She has used this platform, of course, to push different causes. And today we're gathered together as she has established herself as a seasoned journalist with her passion focused on capacity building, social economic cognition, and promotion of good governance. These have set her apart. Ladies and gentlemen, as a businesswoman, she has been able to expand her business And of course, today, that business is one of the most prestigious and organized business of inviting our convener and the chief host of this very amazing event. Please, ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, I'd like to have the honor of inviting to the podium High Chief Dauphin Damsa Justin. Please, can we give her a resounding round of applause as she makes her way to the podium? Is that how you clap for our convener, please?
I'd like to recognize the presence of Her Excellency, PM Chief Pauline Talent, the former Minister of Women Affairs, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I want to recognize, and DJ Sil, you want your money. What kind of sound is this? Are we not supposed to have like 3 or 4 microphones? And so why are we waiting? Please, fix the sound. I want to recognize Honorable Netawe Yedwada, the national president, the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress. He will be with us here shortly. I want to also recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Adedayo Benjamin Lanie, the mandate secretary FCT. She's my elder sister. I love her so much. I had wanted the MC to do the introduction, but there are some people that when you stand up to talk, you must mention their name. So you're all welcome. I want to recognize, not by name, the mayors that have come from different African countries to be here with us. Some of them have gone to Namibian High Commission events. That's where I'm coming from. We needed to go there quickly before we come, so they will join us shortly. Today is not a speech-making day. Today is a round table discussion about Africa. Africa is crying. Africa needs someone to help. Africa is bigger than any continent. But then when you look at our children, they are daily running to leave the continent to another. Why? How can we make Africa better? I remember when we were in school, this is not the speech that they gave me. I remember when we were in school, at some point, I would run out of the boarding school. And when I come back, they say, why did you run? I say, I want to eat my mother's food. I've missed my mother's food. Why are our children running away from our food? Instead of running home to eat our food, why are they running away? Something is wrong. And I think in sitting here and talking like this, we can get the solution. By the time we begin to ask the questions that hurt the most, that is when we will begin to put our house in order. So the Papyrus Global thought it wise. Where would this conversation start? At the local government. Everybody belongs to a local government. And I believe that if we are taken care of at that particular stage, then every other thing will fall in place. A president comes from a municipality. He comes from a local government. He comes from a district, isn't it? From there, everybody will be taken care of eventually. Hence today. Some people have spent over 20 million Nigerian naira to come here, if I can change dollars, to come here today and be with us. And I'm so happy to have us all here today. I think that is enough for us to go with. So let me read what they have written for me to read. I have spoken from my heart. It is with great honor and a deep sense of purpose that I welcome you all to the Papyrus Global Mayors Conference in the world. Today is more than just a gathering. It is a convergence of visionaries, leaders, and change makers committed to shaping the future of our culture, the future of our cities, communities across nations and culture. We are united by one shared responsibility to lead with impact, to govern with integrity, and to create sustainable opportunities for our people. At the Papyrus Global, we believe that leadership at the local level is the foundation of national and global transformation. Mayors are not just administrators. They are architects of development, custodians of hope, and drivers of innovation. This conference then provides a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and strategic partnership. It is an opportunity to learn from one another, to exchange ideas, and to strengthen the bond that will enable us to tackle the challenges of our time, from urbanization and economic development to security and climate resilience. Today we also celebrate excellence. Not today, tomorrow, but it starts today. At the local level, we chose to select those that are already on the path of the desire of Africans to honor in this event. In order to recognize, not just to recognize their symbol of dedication, resilience, and outstanding service to humanity, but also to point to other people that even though we are saying Africa is backward, Africa needs to grow. Africa needs to stand and take her place in the global stage and be truly who she was created to be. The potentials of Africa cannot be wasted. And it must start with this generation. Our parents would have handed us something different. Can we hand over something better to our children? Thank you all. The knowledge people will come out and they will talk to you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Please, can we give her a resounding round of applause, please? If you ask me, I would take your speech from your heart than the one that was written. Sometimes it's good for us to speak from the heart. But I believe that as we begin conversations around these issues that's been raised, as we begin to create solutions that will help us to impact and sustain our local environment and to sustain the young ones. At the end of these conversations, I believe that we will come up with a solution that will help us to create change and also to collaborate and bring up ideas that will be sustainable. I'd like at this point to begin the conversations with one of our key speakers that's been seated for a while. And today we'll be discussing one of the issues that have really affected us as Nigerians, even at the local level. As I speak with you now, some of us that are seated here, we have that challenge at the local level, and we believe that by the time we begin these conversations, it will help. I'd like to invite our first speaker for today, invite him to the podium, as he will be speaking on flood management. He's a highly experienced professor of physical geography at the University of Abuja with over 38 years of teaching and 20 years plus as a professor. Please, can we give him a round of applause for that? He's best known for his impactful research on gully erosion and environmental management, with over 40 publications and mentoring more than 20 postgraduate scholars, making him a key contributor to environmental science. Gentlemen, his profile is quite resounding. I cannot go through it all this morning. I'd like to invite to the podium as he takes us in the first session this morning, none other than the very Professor I.I.Y. Malo. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause? Of course, the full name is Professor Ishaku Ibrahim Yeri Malo. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause, please? You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols. And I will be speaking to us this morning on the topic, problems of flood occurrences and dereliction of its management practices in Nigeria. You will agree with me, even if you are not an environmentalist, that flood has been a major environmental problem in Nigeria, which has not been properly addressed. So I will be talking to us, one, on areas that have been affected by flood in Nigeria. I'll also address the causes of flood in Nigeria and the appropriate management practices that would have been put in place, but they have been derelicted, and that's why the flood is persistent. And the question, why is it that in Nigeria everywhere is flooded? Everywhere is flooded in Nigeria. You expect that is northwest, belt, as for the places that are located in the coastal area, you know they are located near the sea. The flood takes place there. There is no surprise. So why is it that in Nigeria everywhere is flooded, which I will seek to also address Nigeria, starting from Abuja, our federal capital territory. Now, Abuja is but a panoramic view of flood instances in Nigeria. Show that in Abuja, for instance, Trade Mall is built on a floodplain. It's always flooded. The River Usman that passes through Gwagwalada is often flooded. You find that places like Dutsen Alhaji, Maitama, and many other settlements, even central areas, they are well flooded. There was a day I mistakenly drove into Abuja here when it was raining, and I went to central area where you have Grand Square. If you go there now, the place looks apparently dry and well drained. I was driving an old V-boot, but I was almost carried away because of the flood. Apparently, it will look as if the place is well planned. But I'm telling you that even Abuja has a lot of deficiency as far as planning is concerned. And a lot of the places in Abuja and its environs are highly flooded. So as I told us, Dutsen Alhaji, Lokogoma, Trade Mall, Airport Road, Maitama, and all these places with significant loss of houses and properties that have been recorded in these environments that I have quoted. For instance, the Vanguard newspaper of August 2019 reported that 150 houses were pulled down in Day in Abuja. It was reported also that a woman with her 5 children were drowned by a flood around Suleja area. Suleja is peripheral to Abuja. There are several examples that I have here. We are privileged to have my paper to see, but Abuja is a seriously flooded town. Now, let me take us to other examples of flooded towns in Nigeria. Now, I decided to take from the north to the middle belt to the coast. And I told us earlier that it is not expected that places like Maiduguri, Sokoto, Kano, that experience scanty rainfall to experience flood events. But unfortunately, these places are highly flooded with significant damage to properties and lives. Now, these are some of the examples. Mina, the capital of Niger State, is often flooded. Kaduna metropolis in Kaduna State is often flooded. Zaria City is often flooded. Lokoja town, of course, that is a confluence town. It's in the middle belt. That one, because it is a confluence, and many people have settled on the alluvial plains of these two rivers, is often flooded perennially. We also have places like Makurdi is often flooded. Sokoto in the northwest is always flooded. Kano City, Jimeta in Adamawa State, Maiduguri, and many other places in these environs are getting flooded. These are examples that I've cited in Nigeria that cut across the whole country. Whether in the northeast, northwest, middle belt, southwest, south, they are always flooded. Now, the southern part of the country, let me give us example. Aguleri and Ulumeri communities in Anambra State were one time severely flooded. Benin City has been experiencing flood occurrences. Port Harcourt, Ibadan have been experiencing severe flood. In fact, River Ogupa has taken toll of a lot of lives and property in Ibadan town. So our experts have been allowed to advise settlers in this environment. So I want to look at now the causes and consequences of occurrences in Nigeria. What are the consequences? What are the management practices that have been put in place? Were there any management practices at all? Or the problem has been neglected or derelicted, and so people are suffering severely from them. Now let me take the causes and consequences. Now I have a very long table with me here that has cited so many examples of flood occurrences in the past in Nigeria. Even up to 2026, April, we have incidents of the flood occurrences in Nigeria. And some of the effects are destruction of our farmlands by eroding them, killing of lives and properties, destroying homes, displacing many people, and so on and so forth. They are there in my table if you are privileged to have my paper. Now, what are the causes of these flood occurrences all over Nigeria? The first one is torrential rainstorms. Nigeria is not a desert. We often experience rain. And we are about to enter the rainy season proper at this juncture. Now, torrential rain causes flood. If the flood is not properly managed, torrential rain. So, if water that is generated by rain is well planned and conveyed through underground drains, you may not even see rain anywhere. Some years back, somebody called me from Russia. He visited that place and he stayed. And he called me and said, "Friend," I said, "Yes." He said, "Look, the type of rain that is falling here, I don't think I can survive it. I've never seen this kind of." I told him to describe. He said, "I can't describe it." It was heavy downpour. But surprisingly, he said when he went out shortly after the rain, he didn't see any sign of rain anywhere. I hope you understand. The rain has been conducted underground by drains to neighboring rivers. I think Nigeria can do something of that nature, isn't it? So poor planning is, rainfall is not a problem, but poor planning is the reason why we are experiencing floods due to torrential rains. If our drains are well made, if our rivers are well gauged, I hope you understand. If our rivers are taken care of, you find that flood occurrences, even along the rivers, will not take place. But there is a dereliction of duty here by planners. And so you experience flood in this kind of environment. And then the other problem that causes flood in Nigeria is the dissection of our terrain by many streams and rivers. Dissection of our, if you look at the linear map of Nigeria and the simple map of Nigeria that shows some of the major rivers, you find that Nigeria is dissected by rivulets, rivers, and streams that flow along the country. And because of this, because of the allurement of rivers, people move to rivers for certain reasons. One, rivers have floodplains you can cultivate crops. That is one. Two, you can fetch water. Three, if you plant anything near the river, like people who go and settle near rivers, if they plant banana, if they plant flower, if they plant anything, they can fish. I hope you understand. They can get native herbs. So they go there because of this allurement and settle on the floodplains of the river, ignorantly. And so because of that, when flood occurs, it carries their homes, it carries their property, and even destroy the wetlands very close to these riverine areas. The problem is that why should Nigerian government not take serious action of displacing people from these areas? If you have a child in your home and they are doing something that is going to be harmful to him or her, you force that child in terms of even beat. Nigerians, because of these allurements that I have just mentioned, will never want to leave the riverine areas. But if Nigeria makes a policy and give a buffer zone, even if you are going to stay near this river, there should be a buffer zone that should be strictly observed. And then send experts to be checking from time to time. It will save lives and properties around these rivers. But this is not always done. There is need for us to get close experts to closely monitor some of these riverine settlements so that the people there can be advised for many reasons. Let me give you an example. For example, the disastrous floods of River Ogumpa stream in Ibadan City, Western Nigeria, have been recurrent every rainy season. Encroachment of Ogumpa floodplain has resulted in loss of several houses, lives, and millions, if not billions of naira. For example, the flood, which occurred on 31st August 1980, according to Nigerian Environmental Study Action Team, dealt away with many houses, a lot of property, and many lives were lost. Some of us think that the rivers are friendly. Rivers are not friendly. Water will always find its way. You have your house to take. Rivers have river channels to flow legally. So when you tamper with them, they will clear their way when the time comes, especially in wet years. So that is one of the reasons of floods in Nigeria, which I advise that the government should actually make it a law and give buffer zones of settlement within these riverine areas and enforce it. But one of the problems in Nigeria is that we don't enforce laws. And then another problem that is causing flood in Nigeria is the so-called climate change. So-called climate change. Now, currently weather patterns have changed, featuring heavy downpours of rain that are unprecedented in the past. So what do people need? What people need here is to get experts to always advise them in advance if there is going to be change in weather patterns. If you look at your TV, you find that in the developed world, they are always doing this thing to warn people. In fact, along River Thames in England, if they are going to have such change in weather pattern, they will distribute boats. They will distribute life jackets to all the people living close to the river. And then besides that, there will be helicopters hovering the streams. In case there is any adverse effect on anybody, they'll pick them up. Nigeria does not do that. But I think if we advise the people through radio, through television, I think they can equally comply. And then dam bursts. One of the things that is causing flood in Nigeria is dam burst. Dams used to get busted at times because of poor construction. I hope you get me. And Nigeria has suffered severely because of it. For instance, they allowed dam bursts in Maiduguri. Again, the major problem of the allowed dam bursts is management, lack of proper management. Prior to the flood, some so-called experts went there, including engineers, and they saw some cracks on the walls of the dam. But they said it was still safe. Shortly after that, the flood took place and cleared so many people. I hope you understand. In an instance where you take mediocres rather than experts to a place, I hope you understand. They will give you the advice you want and collect their money and go. But the disaster will later follow. In fact, they allowed them a disaster in Borno State, flooded many Nigerian states, not only Maiduguri. It flooded places like Bauchi, Kebbi, Kaduna, Sokoto, Katsina, Kogi, Kwara, and even down to Bayelsa. But the problem was that the dam officials were not properly advised on what to do. Then there was a burst of the Ilele Dam in Ibadan City. The burst of this dam killed 120 people because it happened midnight. The Shiroro Dam also busted and displaced about 10,000 people. In fact, I have a plethora of examples which time will not permit me to talk about, that have been affected adversely by these dam burst effects. Now, dams are man-made hazards. So their structures should always be checkmated by experts to ensure their stability. By the way, the construction of dam has a globe construction anyway. If they know you are going to construct, to prevent you from such construction, because it has been discovered that dams are making the rotation of the earth to accelerate. I hope you understand. And it can have a very serious global consequences. So bursting of water dams is another cause. And then another cause of flooding in Nigeria is urban and professionally constructed flood generating structures. Professionally constructed flood generating structures. Constructed drains and flood generating structures. Now, if you go to most of our cities in Nigeria, there are no drains. I made research in Kaduna and I discovered that many houses don't have drains in front of them. And those that dare to have drains, the drains are what you can better call slow drains, because they cannot conduct any water out of them. You discover that there are some situations where somebody who even feels he should construct a drain may construct a large drain in front of his house. But the next neighbor with his own plot will construct a very narrow drain and shallow. So you can imagine what happens when a very large drain is emptying into a small drain. The water will what? Will spill and flood. And in some instances, there are no drains at all. These are flood generating structures. And these houses are roofed with corrugated iron sheets, which generate a lot of runoff and overland flow when it rains. Besides, the houses are closely packed together. To my uttermost dismay, when I conducted a study in Kaduna, do you know that the distance between houses, some of the houses, is centimeters? I mean centimeters. Like we have 3 centimeters between one wall and the other. These compacted buildings don't have drains. I hope you understand. And so when it rains, the rooftops generate a lot of water that doesn't have anywhere to move. And so they flood the environment. So personal research has revealed that there is no documentary of drain specification in Nigeria. What it should be the capacity of drains. Everybody that buys a plot, just build the drains the way he likes. I am recommending 1 meter by 1 meter. 1 meter deep, 1 meter wide. If we construct such drains, we are going to actually checkmate the problem partly. And then open dispose heaps of solid waste and dumping into drains. In many Nigerian cities, especially the ghettos, you find heaps of waste that do not allow water to flow. Another major problem is the ignorance of dumping waste into the drains, thinking that the rainwater will carry it away. I am recommending here that in such communities, the community leaders should get people to monitor the dumping of waste into the drains. Because these drains, because the drains are very shallow, they are slow drains, they clog the drains and cause flooding incessantly in such environments. And I suggest that if a punishment is introduced, for instance, by charging people to pay when they are caught dumping, I think it will serve as a deterrent to others. But you know, in Nigeria, anything goes. Permit me to say this. People dump indiscriminately anywhere they want. I hope you understand. And so these are also some of the flood generating structures. The heaps of solid waste also prevent water from free movement. And then they are good places for the breeding of rodents, mosquitoes, and the rest of them, which cause health problems to the people in the environment. And then slump areas. In the slum, in all Nigerian cities, there are many unprofessional constructed flood generating structures, especially in slum settlement. You know, they pull factor to town. Pull many people, like Abuja, for instance. There are many people that, you know, their income cannot guarantee their stay in Abuja. But because of the allurement to towns, maybe business opportunities, I'm a carpenter, if I make furniture, they will buy, I'm a bricklayer, I will get building to do and so on. So they all come there, but just to discover later that they cannot be accommodated in the town. So they create slums. Are you getting me? When they create these slums, they build them unprofessionally, and these slums also serve as flood generating structures. The buildings, the lack of drains, the indiscriminate dumping, especially of linear low density polyethylene. By linear low density polyethylene, I mean this leather bag. Anywhere you go into the Nigerian market today, or shop, or if you buy anything, you will leave with a gift. The gift will be gift of leather bag, even if it's a pencil you bought. Immediately they reduce this and they throw it into the environment. And this thing is non-biodegradable. It can stay in the soil for 1,000 years. Water doesn't go through them, and they do not biodegrade. So there are also severe flood generating structures within our environment. I think the policy to stop dumping, as I have already said, is of paramount importance. And if the government feels they cannot do that, then they will ensure that these polyethylene bags are removed from time to time. Pay people to do it. But in most of our towns, on the streets, on walls, on fences, on trees, you see linear density polyethylene. And then courtyards. It is only in Africa we have courtyards. Courtyards are those type of buildings that a person buys his plot, he makes a triangular building. Houses here, rooms here, rooms here, rooms here. I hope you understand, for people to rent. But inside that courtyard, they cement the courtyard. But there is no way for water to be conducted out of the courtyard. They may just decide to put a small pipe, which will be at higher level than even the level of the courtyard. When it rains, like in Kaduna, there are some people that even light showers of rain enters their rooms, spoil their crops, spoil their property, And when it starts to rain, they don't sleep at all. They have to stand by the door and be pushing the water throughout the night. So courtyards too are flood generating structures in our urban areas because of improper planning. Our urban planners should actually checkmate these things when at the onset of the construction stage. They should go there and inspect. Where is provision for your drain? How is the water going to be evacuated from here? When they do these things, professionally, these people will take to such advices and we will not have such problems. Then we also have the problem of antecedent soil moisture. Antecedent moisture means the moisture, the water that is in the ground before rain. Now, in some of our cities, flooding takes place because of abundant antecedent precipitation index. In Port Harcourt, in Lagos, most of the ground is full of water. The aquifer is full of water. I hope you get me. So towns like that, if they are not professionally constructed, especially with adequate drains and then the stoppage of dumping and the rest of them, you find that they will always be flooded. Lagos is always flooded. Most of Lagos is near the sea. And I hope you know that Lagos is one of the sinking cities in the world that we have. And some people have stupidly even gone to build something they call the Atlantic City. Let's pray for them. I hope you understand. As a geomorphologist, I cannot even stay in that house for one day, even if you are giving me 1 million. Because the day I sleep there, a tsunami can take place. A tectonic movement can take place. I hope you understand. I saw them. Some of them go there with helicopters, some with flashy boats to live in the sea. And it has been discovered professionally that Lagos is sinking. Are you getting me? So location in such areas that have a lot of groundwater, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Ibadan, and the rest of them, you find that they are highly subject to floods. The advice I'm giving is that some of government should not allow people. Okay, I learned that the Atlantic City was built by Germans. If you offer the Germans money, they will collect. They know that you are not educated, and you sign a contract. So when your house is carried away, you can't sue them because there was a contract. But it is very dangerous for us to go to the coast. Like I went to one place in Lagos, they will carry soil and be putting and stones and then build on those. I am telling you, those places are subject to flood and they can be destroyed anytime. Even along the riverine areas, make sure you don't build your house near the rivers because they will surely flood one day. And then a weak institutional structures and poor management of urban planning policies. As I told us earlier, in Nigeria, we don't implement laws. I hope you understand. We have town planners, chartered. Why is it that we cannot make it a duty to see that our urban areas are properly planned? Let me give you 2 examples. If you see the master plan of Kaduna town that was made by Lord Lugard, if you see it, he planned Kaduna town from the 1950s up to 2018. A well-planned city. But none of these things was actually complied to. Go to Kaduna and see the haphazard type of building and the floods that occur almost every time in Kaduna. Kaduna is a highly flooded town because we don't follow the master plan. And yet there are people that did this master plan. And yet we have people who are administrators in these towns. And they don't just care. I hope you understand. People get flooded because the master plan is not followed. You know, I really praise Rufai. Some people blame me, but I really love what he did in Abuja here. You know, some people thought that they are beyond the law. I hope you understand. They went to build in places they were not supposed to build, and El Rufai went ahead to demolish such structures. In fact, if we have such leaders, I think we will have good towns. Another thing that we can do in our towns is that you get building experts, architects and so on, so that we do what we call urban renewal. By urban renewal, you go to these congested areas and then say, look, we are going to, we must have big streets here. Create the streets. It will displace some people. When these people are displaced, take them to the peripheral part of the town, give them free plots, and then assist them in building and resettle them, while you create a very conducive urban environment for people to live in. If you go to certain ghettos, I am telling you, you won't even believe that it's human beings that are living there. And yet we have a government, we have I don't know whether we even have sanitary inspectors again in Nigeria, who are supposed to go there and then see the state of these places. And then the other problem that is causing flood in Nigeria is the creation of military political towns, military political urbanization. You know, it was the military that started creation of states in Nigeria. Gawan started with 12. Who again? Murtala Mohammed created 19. And then from there we now have 36 states plus Abuja. And then about 700 and something local governments. In Nigeria today, we have close to 1,000 capitals. Capitals of local government, capitals of states. When anywhere is designated a capital, people rush there because of the allurements of capitals. But nobody goes there to dictate to them how they will build those areas. And so as a result, after the poor constructions, floods will begin to generate in those areas. So the creation of towns, what I'm saying here is that the creation of towns should also be meted with how to plan those areas. We don't just leave it to the indigenes or to the local people. And then I have talked of linear low density polyethylene. You know, since the inception of the petroleum industry in Nigeria in 1970s and 1980s, it has introduced a lot of plastics into Nigeria. Plastic bottles, all of us here, everyone is having a plastic bottle. That is what we call high-density polyethylene. The very one you can tear with your hand is what we call the linear low-density polyethylene. We have plastic buckets, rubber buckets, all are tuned in our environment. These are flood-generating structures, I have already said. And we also should control. In fact, there is an organization in the world that is controlling the dumping of plastics and even the making of plastics. I hope you understand. We could have alternative bags, for instance. And if we want to use plastics, we should have a proper way of managing, maybe recycling or even burning. I hope you understand. Burning is not the best, but I think also it can proper a solution. And then one of the causes of flood in Nigeria is lack of vegetated green belts. There's what we call now blue-green cities. The concept of blue-green cities is that you plant vegetation. If you have a very good phone, just type green infrastructure. You will be surprised to see that many houses have vegetation on them in the developed world, even along their corridors, even on their staircases, they plant vegetation. What does vegetation do to prevent flood? Vegetation intercepts raindrops. Just as when you cover an umbrella, rain will not touch you, isn't it? Vegetation prevents water from touching the ground. They intercept it, allow it to infiltrate into the ground with relative ease. So by the introduction of blue-green cities and the strict observance of green belts in urban environment, you find that we are not going to experience flood. But the problem is that so long as an area is designated an urban area, as I rightly pointed out, people will go and build anywhere. And those people that even have the money, including even engineers. I would have shown you the picture of one house I saw in Kaduna belonging to an engineer. It was an irony. He built near the river channel. And you know, water finds its way. He dug down and put cement. The water went down and started digging the cement under. I hope you understand. So you find that people just build unprofessionally in our towns. And no vegetation in most cases. Some people immediately they go to a house where there is vegetation, they cut it down. Forgetting, time will not allow me to tell you the importance of vegetation in our homes. They cut down the vegetation. But if we introduce this concept of blue-green cities, time will not allow me to go in-depth into telling you what are blue-green cities. But just open your phone and look at green infrastructure. We need to introduce green infrastructure in our settlements in Nigeria so as to attenuate most of the floods we would have experienced. And then one other thing too is ignorance. Many people are what? Ignorant. If you go to a riverine area now near the floodplain where somebody by the grace of God has been living for the past 30 years with his parents, he will tell you, but we have been living here for so long. Nothing has happened. And if the grace of God has allowed you to be living there for long, will the grace remain forever? Do we continue in sin that grace may abound? I hope you understand. So God helps us. But the day the river will want to take vengeance, say, I want to clear my path today, that is where people will suffer. So there is ignorance. And therefore there is need for experts to always educate people on media, on the consequences of settling. Because some of these floods, like I told us, all over the country, why should Sokoto people experience flood? It's because of poor urban construction and poor construction of flood-generating structures, which experts would have managed properly at the onset of such constructions. Conclusion. So far, we have seen that no city or town in Nigeria is exempted from flood, whether coastal cities or middle belt cities or cities located in the Sahara Desert areas of the country. Perhaps the Blue-Green City Initiative may provide a solution. However, there is a challenge in the attitude of many Nigerians towards planting trees in their settlements. Traditional beliefs among others. You know, some people believe that if they plant trees, that demons will stay on the trees. There are such beliefs. I hope you understand. So they don't want trees. They prefer to stay in the open. But they don't know that trees can act as green belts. It is through trees that we have carbon sinks. Lack of constraints to whatever people want to do in our urban environment. And even in the villages, settlements alone will have such will be flooded. Your farmlands may be cleared. Your crops could be taken away in the wetland, but your lives and property can be saved. So, the major cause of flood occurrences in Nigeria is the dereliction of environmental laws. That's what I'm seeing. Town planning laws, as well as dereliction of personal advice on how to build on flood-free settlements by ignorant people. The standards on where people would live and practices that can ensure that floods do not affect the people should be taken seriously. Thank you.
A resounding round of applause, please. I believe we have our town planners here, and I know they are fully involved in some of the issues that Prof has raised today. Remember, this conference is to identify the issues and also to profile solutions. So I believe that he has been able to point out some of the issues and has also profiled some solutions that will also appear in the communique that will come out from this conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead with more of our speakers. But before then, I'd like to recognize a very, very resounding and outstanding woman. Of course, she went into the room and the room lighted up. She's a face that is well known. She is a Nigerian woman rights activist, a media personality, and also politician. I've watched her growing up in this industry of speaking. She is legendary. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to recognize the Mandate Secretary, FCTA, Women Affairs Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst none other than Mrs. Ade Dayo Benjamin Lani. Please, can we give her a resounding round of applause? it's very key to point out that she is a very strong advocate when it comes to women's rights in Nigeria. Not just women, but also children. Because she has very busy schedule, we'd like to just quickly call on her to speak for a moment. This beautiful morning, she will be speaking on building economic resilience for women in local government. We can give her a topic, but I'll prefer for her to speak from her heart, like our host will always say. So please, ladies and gentlemen, for a few minutes, it's my honor and privilege to invite to the podium for her speaking this beautiful morning, none other than Mrs. Adedayo Benjamin Lani. Please, can we give her a sounding round of applause as she comes? You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the honor of that introduction. Master of Ceremony, the Honorable Mr. Your name, sir? Please, let's put our hands together and appreciate Steve. I don't take for granted the office and assignment of the Master of Ceremony continue in the place of the intersect of that message to be the onward messengers and reporters of that engagement. I'd like to greet everyone and extend by my greeting the welcomes of the Federal Capital Territory. Indeed, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency, Harrison Yason Wike, CON, Mr. Project, has made every assignment from roads to women to environment a project of renewed hope. And the power of this is not about a political or partisan statement. I stand here not just as a Pioneer Mandate Secretary, the first in 48 years, a platform and office that His Excellency set up, seeing that there was that occlusion, and therefore it created a very significant gap in the implementation and operationalization of policies around women and communities where it's not just about the woman, but through the women, the interventions that impact and drive the re-engineering of social and political structures of economy and development in all of those spaces. It's not just about a woman agenda. It's about an agenda of leadership through women who are the impact pilot deliverables when it comes to policy of national change and leadership. I'm not just the Pioneer Mandate Secretary. I am also the coordinator of Her Excellency, the First Lady's Renewed Hope Initiative, which cuts across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. And here in the Federal Capital Territory, it is 6 area councils, local government areas, that open up into 62 wards, 17 tribal chiefdoms, 170 warddoms under Hakimis, and 884 communities and counting. This includes IDP camps and camps or locations of persons with disability. Many people do not see the FCT as being that congregation of so much in terms of community. It's not just about the indigenes, the Gwaris, the Gadaras. No, no, no. It's about the indigenes, non-indigenes. Abuja is an FCTarian community made up of Nigerians, the international agencies, representations, diaspora, conferencing, visitors coming through our Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are key, center of everything, North Central and national center of everything constitutional, driving impact. Why am I saying this? Because whatever we're doing in terms of climate action, whatever we're doing in terms of community development, whatever we're doing with the referral statement of the call to action for this particular program and project is not just global, it is local. And like politics begins, root of that which climate action demands of us is an tsunami of a truth, yes, but I want to believe that there must be certain calculations that have gone into this. And if they missed having Prof, then we need to make sure that Prof has a conversation. Because Prof, with what you have presented to all of us here today, but we are called to de-risk the present affairs to she farming. So this is a priority when it comes to the intervention of what we are working on. I'd just like to state that in the place of positioning climate change and gender action through the advocacy of the Renewed Hope Initiative of Her Excellency, the First Lady, our distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, climate change is not gender neutral. Its harshest consequences are borne by those with the least structural protection. And in Nigeria, whatever community you are from of the 774 local wards, government wards, this is overwhelmingly women and girls. The Renewed Hope Initiative of Her Excellency provides a powerful, intentional, national platform to transform vulnerability into leadership, collective action, resilience, and economic opportunity. I'm not just speaking words. The RHI, of which I'm privileged to serve as the coordinator in FCT, right now is fully committed. We're carrying out pilot projects, working with the Ministry of Environment, and it came through the First Lady's directive that there must be a blended governmental intervention with local government action, using the offices of the wives of executive governors, and in my case, as a Renewed Hope Initiative coordinator, to make sure that from the youth coming up, we work on environmental clubs in schools, retraining women and youth as they become actors of climate change. Therefore, from vulnerability to leadership, we are reframing through the First Lady's climate action narrative a new impact statement. We are not just victims of climate change as women. We are frontline actors in climate adaptation and sustainability. Her Excellency, the First Lady, is our national climate champion. And on the platform of First Ladyship in OFLAD, the Organization of First Ladies of Africa, she has become the principal mover of this advocacy. So it's not just for Nigeria and our sub-region of West Africa. It is just the fact that when a woman is positioned, she positions not just others as women, but she positions legacy, policy for impact in communities. In agriculture, women constitute a significant portion of this to climate smart strategies. In households and community, women carry water. They are the water tankers for eons from those rains. Carry water, manage energy, food systems, making them natural custodians of sustainability. Just in Kwali, where we set up a cassava value chain with the apple processing women. Water became the first intervention critical to that economy. And I'm happy to say that we were able, with UN Women, to set up the first ever, through the Renewed Hope Initiative, the role of climate must and is being elevated from invisible labor to recognize, institutionalized, organized community leadership models. From protecting scaled from what we are running as program. can work better this way. We need more intervention. It's not as if we have so much funding. But start with a peanut. And one day, you will harvest the whole kukuru and egba. In other words, there is so much more that can be done. But let us begin with the small that we have. We are raising advocates for women-inclusive climate policies. We are intergenerational. Our action is not about separating genders or proving that women can do it better. We can only do it better when we do it together. And doing it together demands it is intergenerational and it is intergenerational, which is why the men in this room, all of us women must celebrate not just as he or she is, but men who understanding the leadership of women and their collaboration are positive in their masculinity. Please, a round of applause as we appreciate them. Thank you, sir. If we did not have an Asiwaju president to put a first lady, Oluremi Tinubu, into the advocacy she's driving now, I wouldn't be standing here by this assignment or this nomination. So, we celebrate the men as Asiwajus, and I celebrate the women as first ladies in their place of action. Being advocates, raising advocates for women-inclusive climate policy in agriculture, energy, and environmental protection, aligning with Nigeria's commitment under the Paris Agreement and SDGs to ensure women are central to implementation frameworks. In Pape, I have an Akara woman, Mariam, who has become the environmental clean-up champion. After we worked with her and mobilized her in another area of her business with clean cooking with gas, she said, I'm still bored, I need to do more. She organized over 102 women, and every other day they clean up in Pape. They've started this, then she'll be sending me pictures. Mommy, am I trying? I said, you're doing more than trying. You are excelling. Unknown to her, she didn't do this because I said, oh, there is this incredible intervention from the First Lady's office coming. Unknown to her, she's going to be one of our celebrated champions. The Akarasela is about to become the RHI Climate Ambassador that we are going to make a national celebrity. Why are we doing that? It takes Mariams to make a difference. Some of us are just too elite, too comfortable in our air-conditioned environments with our conferences. Where the real impact for climate change will happen is in those last-mile locations. Where WASH, as a sanitation SDG implemented project, will happen is not in this room. It's not in their hands, it's in the mindsets that we reset through our own climate advocacy. Today, therefore, as I welcome everyone into this framework, like I said, it's about the policies, the platforms, creating visible, scalable pathways through our RHI Green Women Hubs, Women in Climate Leadership Circles, Climate to Cash programs through Waste to Wealth agro-processing, like I said, with the cassava processing, akpu value chain, and all that we're working on there. Building all of these signature interventions. We call it the Kuje pilot. Muje Kuje is another one. And let's go to Kuje and let me show you that I'm not just speaking words, but I'm speaking action. And in the partnerships, there are partnerships in this room that as the Women Affairs Secretariat, as the coordinator for Her Excellency's RHI program, I invite and welcome. And I would hope after the program, through the coordinators and with my director here, Dr. Asmao, you would be able to sign up and I will be able to scale up what your own commitment coming to this room and program is today. So let the partnerships begin. Let us drive scale through our collaboration. I assure you that I'm fully connected within the UN agency system, UN Women, UNDP, UNEP, the African Development Bank. I'm just coming from one, going to another, all of these. But because climate action in pivot my own intention to serve this vision. Please don't let it happen without me, without my assignment, and without my own commitment. I am a messenger. Let me is my own expression of appreciation. For all of the distinguished personalities in this room, every principal actor in this climate change pipeline for Nigeria, for Africa, you are not just a champion, you are not just an advocate, much more than that. You are ambassadors. You are the change we want to see. I congratulate you, I thank you, and I, once again, in conclusion, express our intention to work with you and to work for you. In Yoruba, we say there is Oshishe, the one who works. There's Ajishe, the one who returns with the errand, with the message. Ajishe Nimio, send me on the errand. I'll return with the answer. Women Affairs Secretariat, thank you. I respectfully ask that you allow me to step out of the room. Like I said, Dr. Asmao remains here. Thank you very much. And I look forward to hosting the coordinators in the office at the appointed time. Thank you. Thank you. I congratulate you. Thank you so much. She was so intentional about finding me and bringing me here today. Honestly, that this is how women make a difference.
All right. All right, we'll just take we'll just have a quick picture and then we'll proceed. Thank you so much. I know our mandate secretary. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, a picture with mommy, please. Where's the photographer, please, quickly? My career is very important here. Where's the official photographer? Did you capture? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you. Please, can we be seated? Thank you so much, ma, for rolling out the Renewed Hope initiative by Her Excellency, the First Lady. Of course, we know that all the policies of impact will be projected adequately. Thank you so much. We're honored to have you. Thank you. Thank you, Mommy. Of course, we popularly call Mommy Auntie D. We'll just have one more speaking. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So we'll just have one more speaking, and after which we'll take a short break. And then when we come back, we will break into the panel discussions. I'd like to recognize some of our mayors that are here. From the Republic of Uganda, we have the district chairperson of Wakiso district. We have in our midst here Mayor Wanika Matthias Wango. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Is he here? Thank you so much for joining us. All the way from the Republic of Zimbabwe, we have the Mayor of Kwekwe City Council. Please, can we acknowledge the presence of Mayor Albert M. Zinhanga? Please, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you so much for joining us. Like I said, I will be doing the recognitions as we have more guests join us. But for now, for a few minutes, I'd like to invite the man. I've introduced him before, but I'd like to call on him for a few moments of speaking. The Mayor of Brikama Area Council of the Republic of Uganda. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome to the podium Honorable Mayor Yakuba Dabao. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes for a few moments of speaking. While he makes his way, I'd like to recognize the country representative of CGIAR Nigeria, Allen Mugashu. Please, can we give her or him a resounding round of applause? A female or a male? Thank you for joining us. You're welcome, Mayor.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. You got me a bit of guarded there because I wasn't expecting that I would be given a speech, but as politicians, we're always, I would say, ever ready to give speech. So, my name is Yankuba Dabo. I am the mayor of the city of Brikama in the Gambia, the smiling coast of West Africa. It is indeed a privilege and honor to be here with all of you, with fellow mayors from different parts of Africa, and the professors and everyone else who had given the different speakers that we have here. So, firstly, I want to congratulate and thank the lady who is behind Papyrus for recognizing the services that we render as mayors in our various regions, towns, and cities across Africa. It's very important that it motivates the mayors, that someone recognizes the services that we are rendering to our people. It's very, very important. And it also serves to motivate others to venture into the treacherous waters of serving at the grassroots level. As she says, politics starts at the grassroots level. So everything that comes with politics also starts at the mayors, at that grassroots level. So a bit of background. I happen to be one of the Gambian diasporas who was residing in the United Kingdom. I lived there for over 20 years of my life. And also, I'd been a lawyer there. I'm still a lawyer in the UK. I've been on the roll as a solicitor. But over years, I have been coming to Gambia and seeing that not much has been happening in terms of developments being registered in my region. I decided, you know what, I'm not just going to be the voice that always criticizes. I'm going to wrap my sleeves, fold my sleeves, and then get into the dirty bits and start doing something that which I have been advocating for so long. So I ran in the general elections, or the local government elections we call it, and the people, I was lucky enough to have been entrusted by the people to serve a 4-year term, which is the first term that I'm doing at the moment. And within, I don't like blowing my own trumpets, but within these past 3 years, we have been able to register tremendous developments in the region which had never happened in the past. To a point that people start saying, sometimes people will ask, we didn't know that the local government is able to register such kind of developments in this region. Because we started providing scholarships to students, and for the first time, we decided to return the revenue back to the people. So in my first year, we disbursed about $14 million back to each of our wards in our region. So we have 28 wards. Each of them, we gave them $500,000. That's almost about, dollar is 73 or $70. So that's almost about maybe 15 to 200 and something thousand dollars. We gave that cumulatively to 28 wards. The second year, we doubled that to $1 million to each ward. And what we've done is, we changed the dynamics. So instead of the people asking us, what have you done with our money? We started asking them, what are you doing with our money? And this year too, we gave them another $1 million. So within I would say 2.5 years, we gave our people back $2.5 million to each word. That's almost about $70-something million. And these funds translate to a lot of development. A lot of communities that were struggling with fresh water started having their own boreholes done. Women in rural areas that have not had market sets were able to build that. Some decided to build maternity wards in their local health post or hospitals, and so many other development priorities of the regions were registered by those people. We then didn't stop there, because for the first time, we introduced what we call welfare funding or welfare support to the people. And welfare, it has been in the laws, and it's stated that the funds that we receive or the revenues we receive from the people should be applied in three folds: recurrence, development, and welfare. But for some reason, the administrators or the policymakers we had previously didn't understand what welfare meant. But being a lawyer that had specialized in welfare in the UK, I understand what welfare really means and how a welfare state also operates. Because United Kingdom is a welfare state, we like to call it. Welfare takes a huge chunk of the national budget. You have a whole lot of welfare. Housing is part of welfare. What we call income support, disability living allowances, maternity support, education support. All of these are part of welfare. But in our system, most of the policymakers and administrators specialize on two or give priority to two areas, and that is recurrence and development. Development will be infrastructural development, and not much is spent on welfare. So I started introducing welfare in two folds. One is educational support, that is providing scholarships to students from the poorer background to be able to at least become graduates. And this year, we've been able to at least support 567 students who are pursuing various degrees at the University of the Gambia. We're paying their full scholarship. We also, the second aspect of our welfare budget or support is that of health. So we've had to intervene in a lot of situations where people are facing medical conditions and need emergency medical support, but due to lack of funding, they're not able to access that medical treatment. As a council, part of that funding is to support such people to be able to get the treatment they need. So we introduced that as well as part of the council's welfare support to the community. So this is what we've been able to do, and for me, it is not about being there for the longest, but it's about setting precedents that which the next councils, my successors will be able to take such precedents to the next level. And this is the legacy that I want to leave, because professionally, I am a lawyer, and that is something I really enjoy. But this is something that I have done. So thank you for giving me the platform to share that little experience that I have as a lawyer and a politician. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Dabo, please can we give him a round of applause all the way from the Republic of Uganda. The Papyrus Global Mayors Conference is not all about it's about the continent, and that is why we have mayors from different districts. And because we are looking at the grassroots, we're looking at the local level of impact, we have decided to get them on board. And we'll just get 3 minutes each. We'd like to call on the mayors to speak. Just 3 minutes, 5 minutes each. I'd like to call on Mayor Wanika Matthias Wango. He's the district chairperson, Wakizo district from the Republic of the Uganda. Please, let's welcome him. You're welcome, sir.
I began with asking a very funny question, that is it afternoon now? Meaning we define time zones, so I never wanted to make a mistake. And again, I've heard the way he was pronouncing my names, and I said maybe it's someone else. But to the best of his ability, he has tried. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I am called Bwanika Matthias Luanga. I happen to be the chairperson of the biggest district in Uganda, East Africa, and a very funny district that it encompasses the capital city. The capital city, Kampala, is within the middle of that district, the largest in terms of geographical size and population size, because I take 4 million people out of the 40 millions of the country. And it is a pleasure to be here. We've been hearing that word mayor, depending on various countries and legal frameworks. I think there are some differences. Like in our case, our leadership tiers begin from the president, which is tier number 1. Then the second tier is of the district. And the district is a composition of various municipalities and town councils. So we have various mayors at level 4 and various mayors at level 2 or 3. Meaning I have 4 municipality mayors under my jurisdiction and 27 division mayors of the last local government. So out of that, I was privileged to be invited and maybe selected among others, so I don't take that for granted. But as I've said, local governments in different countries, I've been hearing cases of Nigeria. You are lucky you are in a federal state. Ours is a unitary state. Of course, with a decentralization kind of arrangement, form of governance, though in practice it is centralized because powers emanate from resources, and most of the resources are taken by the central government, and local governments, they are left with meager taxational policies. So, as we are here sharing, of course, it's good I had a lady from the central government, maybe here in Nigeria. It is critical enough to be very bold in how the center, power the center take local governments. You realize that 90% of the execution or delivery of service is done by local governments worldwide. The delivery of service is a function of local governments. I don't know what is happening to the Nigerian budget, but in Uganda you find out of the budget, the national budget, local governments receive 7.5%. And you wonder the mismatch of 90% of the delivery of service being done by local governments, and it is 7% of the national resources that are remitted to local governments. So that mismatch creates a lot of challenges. And to swim within that arrangement, you need to be very creative. You need to be very smart on so many fronts. And you need to minimize politics, because in most cases, you know, governments are monsters that can eat you within a minute. And of course, under such circumstances, we have been surviving. I was very much touched, and I liked the presentation of the flood manager. And as I'm concluding, I would like to share my experience with you, because I'm an ardent environmentalist. But the problems of environment emanate from the fact that we have very powerful people in government who are untouchable. They are well aware of the law, they are well aware of the implications, but they are too greedy in what we would call primitive accumulation of wealth. They will fail to respect the law. They will fail to respect the nitty-gritties. And because environmental areas, if you critically analyze, are public places that they are not owned by anyone, so it is easier to be owned by whoever has the power. So the environmental degradation rotates around that. The moment in Africa we solve that problem of corruption, power, misuse of power. For instance, I don't know how your Land Act here says, ours is very strict, that most of the land is privately owned, but there is that public land which vests in leadership. And as I've earlier said, government is a monster which can do whatever it wants. All in all, I'll be sharing my experiences with the various panels and discussions, but I think we differ in so many contexts and situations. Nevertheless, we are here to learn from different perspectives, and then we network with those who are responsible in our various capacities so that we look for solutions. I thank you, and I wish you nice deliberations.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So that's Mayor Guanica. Yeah, I got it this time. Please, let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Amazing. So I believe that in this conference we will learn, we will unlearn and relearn. This diverse setup of government across Africa. We are Nigerians, and we have our brothers come from different parts of Africa to join us in this amazing summit and conference. And we will share, we will collaborate on better ways to manage our local level government. I'd like to call on our last mayor for this session to speak for 3 and 5 minutes. The mayor of Kwekwe City Council of the Republic of Zimbabwe. I hope I pronounced this well now. Mayor Albert M. Zihanga. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes? You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. My name is Councillor Albert Zinanga. I'm the mayor for the city of Kwekwe. It is in the middle, or in the Midlands of the country. We are in the Midlands province. I'm privileged to be the mayor where the first family, the president of the Republic of Zimbabwe, is based on. And it comes with a challenge when you are leading a city where the first family stays. But nonetheless, I think we have managed to coexist in an environment that is favorable to everyone. When we look at Kwekwe City and the other countries, other cities in other countries, I can safely say Kwekwe City is known as the city of gold because it is a mineral city where we mine a lot. We are the proud gold panelists, where US dollar exchange a lot. So in terms of the GDP, when you look at Zimbabwe, Kwekwe City is one of the most financially stable cities in Zimbabwe. We are the second city with the biggest water treatment in Zimbabwe. We give our people water 24/7 a day. There's no day that you go in Kwekwe City, you don't find clean water in the taps. So when I took office for the city of Kwekwe, we had our challenges that we wanted to solve. And I believe even when I leave office, there will still be other challenges that other people needed to solve. So when I was looking at the program, I saw there is a session that one presenter is going to be talking about the public-private partnership, the Triple P. I think as a city, we have managed to do well in terms of the Triple Ps. What we have done through the wisdom of networking, through the wisdom of learning from other people, we have managed to, under my administration, we have managed to secure about 4 strong PPs that has stabilized the city. We have got the first Triple P that we signed on the road network. We are the first city in Zimbabwe that secured the asphalt plant. The asphalt plant is the plant that you require to do your road networking, which is, we signed the Triple P. We signed the Triple P with a German company, the better. When we are talking of the road network, we are not talking of the road network in the low density, in the suburbs where rich people are living. I'm talking about the road network in the local, in the community where the poorest people are living. We need to serve our people regardless of their status in the community. The second Triple P that we signed was the water. We signed the Triple P with a local company that we were making water about 60 megaliters. We were making about 70 megaliters of water per day for our people. But our non-revenue water, because of the long dilapidated infrastructure, our water transport network system was old. It needed to be changed. So we were losing about 40% of the 70 megaliters that we were making through losses. So we had to engage another Triple P. The company then came. They upgraded the system from 70 to 120 megaliter, and they reduced the non-revenue water loss from 40% to 13%. So you could see the importance of this Triple P in our local government. We also had another Triple P in the waste management. These are Triple Ps. They are helping us in the local authorities in the sense that in most cases, sometimes we have got ideas, sometimes we need to help our society, our communities, but we don't have the means, we don't have the financial capacity to do so. That is where the Triple P and the intervention of the central government takes in and kick in to help us. But for Kwekwe, like I said, maybe it is because of the several miners, several exchange of gold, and also the cash. Most of our residents, they pay their rates to the local authority. So you find that our revenue collection, as per se, we can say we are collecting almost about 80 to 85% of our revenue from the local, from the people. We have cancelled this issue of borrowing as a local authority. Since I stepped in as a mayor for the past 3 years, we have never borrowed any single cent, but we have managed to buy almost like 6 cat graders, big ones. We have almost buy almost about 8 JCBs. We have introduced even almost like about 40 single Toyota single cabs for service delivery. We are buying cash. We have said if we don't have money, let's not spend. Let's spend what we have. If we don't have money, we don't spend. So we are trying to cut the interest that comes in borrowing. But I would like to encourage you and to invite you, those with God willing, please, when you come to Zimbabwe, when you visit Zimbabwe, there is a beautiful city in the Midlands province by the name Kwekwe. You can Google it. It's K W E then K W E. If you Google it, you can see what I'm talking about, because we have got a vibrant social media team inviting you to come to the Seat of Gold. Some of them, if you say Seat of Gold in Zimbabwe, it will highlight and pop out Kwekwe. This is where I'm coming from. This is where I'm the mayor. Please feel free to visit the city. It's one of the, I think we have got the most beautiful tourism. We have got soccer tourism. We have got domestic tourism. We have got mining tourism. I would love to invite you to come and see the other side of the world. I've been in Nigeria 2 years ago. I worked in Benin. I worked in Abudu. I worked in Asaba. You know, when I look at Nigeria as my second home. Thank you.
You worked in Benin. Can you speak Pidgin English? You didn't work anywhere in the East now, so how you tell remember Igbo man? It's like you love business, so right? Igbo people are known for business. Thank you so much, very mayor. Thank you for that extensive. It's not easy to be a leader at the local council where you have the first family. It places a lot of responsibility on your office, and I believe that having worked in Nigeria for a couple of years in these different cities that you called. Did you say Obudu in Calabar? Wow. You was or you worked there? Oh, wow. Amazing. Oh, amazing, amazing. Let's celebrate him. Thank you so much. So you can see. All right, that's very good. That's very good. So you must have learned a lot from Nigeria to take over to your country, Zimbabwe. Okay, we'll just take like 30 minutes of a break to have our tea, 30 minutes. We'll have our tea and some snacks. And then we'll come back for our panelist discussion. We're still expecting some of our keynote speakers. So if they come before we're done with the tea, when they come, all right? Okay, so we're very sure they're coming. So when they come, all right, we'll take them. And after that, we'll get into the panel discussions. So please, our guest, distinguished guest, please, can you just, are we taking the tea? We're going out to take the tea. So please, let's just make our way out. I think the table is set for us. Just have your tea. And then in 30
Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited.
You can hold on. Let's come back from the tea break. Thank you very much. Okay. If you say so. All right. So let's be playing. But I wanted us to concentrate and listen. But it can be playing. So,
Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, appreciate, point, encourage, reflect this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly from presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, appreciate, point, encourage, reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, states, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, appreciate, point, encourage, reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, states, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, appreciate, point, encourage, reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, states, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, states, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, state, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited, the Papyrus Global. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, states, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though criticism, attacks often receive louder recognition, the Papyrus Global has remained steady and respected in the communities it serves, growing consistently and thoughtfully. Damses Mega Business Limited. The Papyrus Global is a subsidiary of Damses Mega Business Limited, duly registered with CAC. It is a Nigerian-based media outfit with a multi-platform presence. It operates an online television channel, the Papyrus Global TV, with over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 10,000 followers on Facebook, and has recently launched its presence on TikTok. The organization runs an online blogging site, thepapyrusdaily.com, alongside a monthly magazine, the Papyrus Global Magazine, that reaches over 15,000 prepaid hard copy subscribers. Soft copies of the magazine are also accessible digitally through its website, thepapyrusglobal.com. The magazine has published over 200 editions from its inception in 2006, with significant reach at the local government, states, and at the federal levels in Nigeria, demonstrating its influence and credibility. The Papyrus Global focuses on politics, entertainment, and lifestyle. Beyond reporting, it believes in recognizing progress in leadership, highlighting achievements while encouraging improvement. Its guiding slogan, "Appreciate, Point, Encourage," reflects this approach. Instead of focusing solely on criticism, the organization emphasizes what is done well and points toward areas for positive change. Even though
Thank you. Can you pause it? Thank you very much. So please, let's quickly follow the Papyrus Global TV on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We need to get on to the next session of this very strategic conference, the Papyrus Global Mayors Conference and Awards 2026. And of course, we've had some conversations this morning coming from some of our keynote speakers. And also, we had goodwill messages coming from some of our mayors representing some of the countries in Africa. So remember that the focus on the conference is leadership, governance, and collaboration. We're here to collaborate to see how well we can affect and impact our local communities across Africa. We'll get on to the next session of the conference. on legislative oversight and transparency in local governance. Please, with a round of applause, help me make welcome none other than our very highly respected Professor Mojid Alabi. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause? Is that how you clap for our prof? Let's give Prof a resounding round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A gathering of this nature is not so much of theory as of practice. So when I was invited to talk about the topic that our local government system conforms to the presidential system that we are bringing upon, because we were transiting from a military era into a democratic dispensation. And I was involved in drafting the guidelines that helped my state, Osun State, and through my state, the Conference of Speakers of State House of Assembly in Nigeria, to navigate that, leading to a decision of the Supreme Court in 2004 that gave powers to states as against the federal system as far as the control of local government was concerned. Apart from that, when I got to the National Assembly in 2015 to 19 under Buhari, I also had the opportunity of participating in the Committee on Intergovernmental Relations, which deals with matters pertaining to local governments. And some of the things I'm going to be saying there will also flow from that line of reasoning. More importantly, I'm from Osun State. And where you are talking of local government autonomy in Nigeria today, the Osun State is the current one in discussion with regard to the extent to which the Supreme Court of Nigeria can purport to grant autonomy to local government in Nigeria. So the debate continues to go. And lastly, which I won't emphasize too much, is that in the last 14 years I've been a resident of Houston in Texas. And to that extent, I also have a bit of how they do it, because we have a tendency, everything we say, we refer to the United States. Yeah, I have a 14 years of experience in that. So my discussions will revolve when I discuss the title of the topic given to me, to governance. And we are talking of bottom-up approach to governance, the first to the people among the various agencies and institutions of governance. And we're not just talking about that just because we want them to be there. No, we are interested in local self-governance because government cannot serve the purpose of engendering development of the development. It is then that the issue of transparency and accountability can become meaningful. Then I emphasize the point that democracy thrives only when there is good governance. And that good governance can only come when there is transparency and accountability. If you are not having good governance, it's because we have shirked in our responsibility, whether as individuals, whether as civil societies, whether as groups, whether as arms of government, to ask critical questions and hold those who are in charge responsible on things they are doing. But there won't be transparency and accountability unless there is monitoring. And the job of monitoring cannot be put in care of those who are expending our resources. Therefore, when you are talking of monitoring, and the idea of checks and balances is to ensure that there are no arbitrary governance. Because power tends to corrupt. The body is most suited to doing that. he came to the conclusion, whether in reality or whether in theory, that the legislature is the appropriate organ of government that is allowed or that has been prescribed to serve that duty of monitoring, of ensuring accountability, of ensuring transparency in government. The question then is, why the legislature? Why not the judiciary? Why not the executive itself? Because we have seen presidents who perhaps are even more concerned with ensuring monitoring and transparency even than the legislature. But then we put it in the hand of the legislature. Why? Because they are the accredited representative of the people. They represent the people. They make the law which those who are holding the resources are expected to implement, and therefore must be able to follow up with the law they make. And because of that, they have what we call the oversight, the ability to poke nose into what each and every organ and agency of government is doing with, to ensure that they are being not to the whims and caprices of any particular individual. So we all agree, rightly or wrongly, that the best form we have is a kind of ensuring that power devolves right to the local level. And there are various models of that. One mistake we make here in Nigeria, I have to be using Nigeria some of the time because I'm in Nigeria, and I think a preponderant number of us here are friends, is that we tend to think the local government must be a tier of government for it to perform its role. I said no. In Great Britain, the borough, which I lived before moving to the United States, operated and existed in the same manner that those that are elected in the United States operate. Yet, local government system in England does not have its own separate independence. Go and look at it. It's not an arm of government. They didn't shout autonomy. But each borough, each county continued to organize itself in a manner that they become indispensable. Or you want to talk of the United States of America, where a Mamdani can tell a Trump off. The question is, why are we getting it wrong here? Why is the issue of autonomy, issue of lack of ability of local government to perform their responsibility is becoming a recurring decimal in Nigeria? We must ask ourselves, does not lie in the Constitution. It lies in the individuals. It lies in building strong institutions. And I now dive a bit into what has been happening in Nigeria. Don't forget, our local government did not originate as autonomous system of government. Even when Lugard said indirect rule in 1914. The indirect rule was still subject to the whims and caprices of the colonial governors. And from colonial government, we transited into democracy that lasted only 6 years before the military took over. And for the military, everything must be streamlined. Everything must be centralized. And therefore, during the military era, our local government became pawns in the hand of military governors, military administrators. Don't mind, somebody will come to you and teach that. Theoretically, there was a local government reform in 1976. There was a Dasuki report in 1984 to make sure that local government becomes what we want it to be. There was a political bureau in 1987 that did another local government reform. There was decree number 10 of 1991, which I was a beneficiary, because it was under that decree that I became the secretary of my local government. And appointment of secretaries of local government were moved from career civil service to appointment by chairman of local government. So we enjoy the autonomy. The question is, despite all these reforms over the ages up to today, why are we still having the kind of problem we are having with our local government system? And I tell you, and I'm repeating it, sometimes my wife will tell me, because she works in the local government, don't say that one again, people will hate you. I say, let them hate me. If they don't hate me, what has happened? In Nigeria, local government is not the third tier of the Nigerian government. Look at the Constitution. It has never been. Whether under colonial rule, whether under the First Republic, whether under military regime, whether under the current presidential system. Look at Section 7. And when the National Assembly, I wasn't a member of National Assembly at that particular time, I was in the state, wanted to do some abracadabra, and we met ourselves in court. Attorney General of Abia State versus Attorney General of the Federation, 2004. The court validated the powers of state government over local government. And until we change that constitution, there's nothing anybody can do. Of course, as Nigeria continue to develop, our problems along the way, we all see how they have turned our local government system to. By the grace of God, I was in the system and was seeing how the thing was getting degenerated. When I was in the local government service as a politician, as a political appointee, the only meeting that my chairman of blessed memory, I love to pray for him when I remember it, was the meeting of fund allocation committee, which was held at the state headquarters. Why? Because they now decide, initially they will come and go and say, oh, this is the warrant for this month, and we all sit down and look at it, go, what are we going to do? In those days, we construct roads with alphas. We build boreholes with local government money. And I could remember the highest money, the highest budget that was made on him by the time was 400,000 naira. I don't know what 400,000 naira can buy today. Don't ask me why it was so. My salary as a local government secretary was 2,100 naira. 2,000. I didn't say 210,000 naira. 2,100 naira. But at the state, they just brought one crazy idea. I don't know how crazy it was. All local government chairmen will go to Shogo. And then somebody just brought an idea that there are certain things that local government cannot do alone on themselves. Somebody must put resources together. This economic term. Advantage of pulling things together and do it. So we're going to buy. Instead of buying one by one, we can. That is the beginning of state prognosing. At that time, it was okay. They now say, okay, let's do it. And it was that avenue that local government chairmen now determined to make some cut for themselves. So when they bring the warrant to us, they will say, oh, some money has been reserved at the state to do some common things. Out of those reserved at the state to do some common things, local government chairmen will get there. It was that practice that was developing gradually. You know, Nigeria, we have a way of corrupting something that is good. We thought it was good then. But that was how gradually local government, the state was getting into the amount we has the amount we has that was announced is different from what you promised. They will say, oh, they have to make some reduction centrally to buy something for local government at the local level. When they moved to Abuja, we didn't have access. We didn't even know where the road to Abuja was. To monitor what will happen in Abuja. And that is how the thing go way fire. We are going for fund allocation. 2 weeks, you prepare, because I was the secretary, I was in charge. You prepare extra code, prepare all these things. So by the time he comes back with the warrant, apart from the one that they have removed, you know, sometimes when people want to steal, and they are closer to people they want to steal from, there tend to be some element of restraint. But when you are far away, you can do anything you want to do. It was that practice of Abacha that we cried, oh, it was not good enough. I'm a supporter of state joint local government. The only problem is that in Nigeria, we try to bastardize terminology. Those who drafted the Nigerian Constitution were not mean men. Rotimi Williams wasn't a mean man. Ben Wambueze, these are some. You see, when you look at it, it's state dash joint. It didn't say state and local government joint act. And in one of my papers that I wrote long time ago, I think 2006, like that, I say it is a fund created for all local government comprising in a state. Not an account owned by local government and states. But we all made a mistake at that material time. Even in my state, when we were going to create, we said the governors appoint the chairman of the local government allocation committee. And that was why the thing was getting used, we were getting used to it little by little, up till today, that it appears that state government have the whole control of what is happening in local government. And when you read the decision of the Supreme Court in 2014, you discover that the Milord who gave the judgment was talking like an average Nigerian. In fact, he was saying what an average Nigerian wanted. All of us are against state governors. You know, the Buhari tended to use NFIU. They bastardized it. So everybody was mad against the way state governments were using local government. But the prescription of the Supreme Court was wrong. And they came to do that by purposive interpretation. As a legal practitioner, I must obey. Even though I know the Supreme Court itself is not infallible. Even they have said in one of their judgments that we are infallible because we are not final because we are infallible. We can make a mistake. That is the Supreme Court of Nigeria. But we are infallible because we are final. That is, even if we make a mistake, the mistake must be obeyed. If you are not satisfied, go to God. And the fact that that decision wasn't the right decision is showing to us today. Everybody was clapping for them. Autonomy has come to local government. Which local government is enjoying autonomy today? The year of our Lord 2026 that we are talking about. For those who are following local government, none. In Osun, the money has become so in a way that everybody just using it the way they like. And we seem to find ourselves in the cul-de-sac. We thought maybe the National Assembly will go back and reverse it. The National Assembly is not willing to do that. They have concluded the Constitutional Review Committee. So we continue like that. In theory, we say, make direct allocation to local government. Who will audit? They say, oh, EFCC will do it. EFCC that has been unable to fully take care of one federal government and 36 state government, including one Abuja, will now take care of 774 local government across Nigeria. You are wasting your time. I'm a politician, and I know what is going on underneath. So for me, to be transparency and accountability in local government, I make the following prescription. Number one, we should agree, first of all, agree with ourselves that local self-governance is not synonymous to making local government the third tier of government. It has never been anywhere in the world. It will never be. You see, prescription that people make, oh, in Switzerland there are cantons. Oh, there are cantons. There are only two levels of government. The American system, there are only two levels of federation states. In Nigeria, look at the Nigerian constitution. It created only two. The other time I gave a question to some of my students. I said yes or no, true or false. Even some of my colleagues failed it. I said true or false. The Nigerian constitution recognized three, how do you call it? No, not even, I didn't use tier would be easy. There is this thing in the constitution. Legislative powers, concurrent, I say, and I put it, the Nigerian Constitution recognizes the judicial power. And everyone says, yeah. Go and show me where it is. It's never there. The Nigerian Constitution recognizes only two lists. The exclusive legislative list and the concurrent legislative. That's total to the only constitution that tried a little bit to give some measure of separate existing local government was the constitution that was not implemented up to today. That was the 1995 draft constitution of Abacha that came after the 1994-95 constitutional conference. That is why they devoted the whole of chapter 8 to local government system. Apart from that, go and look at it. I've read it. Look at the American constitution. There's no way you mention any county or any local something. So we should stop fooling ourselves that is the way out. Number two, we should stop using local government as the criteria for sharing money. Why will I say that? Most of the local, if you look at the provision for creation of local government in Nigeria, Section 9 of the Constitution, no civilian regime will be able to create local government. And I am telling you today, apart from those local government areas that were created in the pre-independence period, no single civilian government between 1960 and 2026 has been able to create local government. Not even state. Because the conditions are so stringent. So most of the local government were created under the military regime to reward cronies, to reward friends, to reward concubines and the rest. Not really because they were deserved of it. By the grace of God, I was also the chairman of committee set up under Rauf Aregbesola, the same Rauf Aregbesola that you know, to create local government in Osun. And in my, because I'm an academician, before I start work, I need to keep myself abreast. And I discovered that during the regime of Obafemi Awolowo in Western region, he merged local government. Unviable local government were merged. Tell me, our Nigerian brothers who are here, can any governor do it today and say he want to merge local government? Can any governor dare do it? You lose that election. Because people have seen, in those days, when you want to create local government, from a very big traditional ruler, for instance, they will say, no, don't create local government because you are reducing from my sphere of influence. They no longer say it now because since Babangida introduced the idea of 5% for traditional rulers, the more local government you have, the more the opportunity to take part in eating of the Nigerian, I don't know how you call it nowadays, national cake. This one a local cake now. So I saw, and I was wondering if all of us respect Awolowo, whether he became Nigerian president is a different matter. Everybody knows he was. If you could, what condition was? So I went into his archive, and I saw that the basis for reducing the number of local government in Western region was he felt some of them were not effective. No governor, tell your governor, he cannot do it. Other than that, people say, oh, create more, create more, create more. And when you now want to share money, you say, oh, number of local government. Why wouldn't the people be demanding create more local government? So we should remove it. My own is give all money due to local government, or all money due to a state, to the state. Let any state create number of local government you want. You see that many of them will not create. Many of them will not create. Why? Because they don't have at the back of their mind the goal of development. It is only the money that is coming. If in actual fact we are looking local government as agent of development, and we have so many of them, it means the money that came to local government should have been used for development. No. They are being stuck away to prepare for the next election. And 2027 is very near. The question then is, where are we going to be getting money? Let's go for resource control through federalism. Abuja is too far to control local government. Abuja is too far to bring transparency in local government. Abuja is too far for the future of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, can we give Prof a resounding round of applause, please? These are very distinguished gentlemen. They have served in both the private and the public sector, and when they're speaking from facts. Please, can we celebrate our Prof once again? Thank you so much, sir. That was very resounding, very profound. I think we will need your materials, sir. We'll need your materials so that okay, so very quickly I would introduce another very gentleman who is standing here in a very huge capacity. We have in our midst this beautiful morning. We're supposed to have the chairman of the All Progressive Congress, the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress. I'm sure we all know how busy that office is. And he's supposed to be with us here this morning. But he's sent in that capacity another very distinguished gentleman that knows his card. He is the SA Media and Communication to the All Progressive Congress chairman. I'm talking about none other than Professor Natanwe Yerwada. And of course, he is being represented today by none other than Mr. Toki Abimbola. And he will be speaking on effective leadership and transformative grassroots development. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome the SA Media Communication to the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress. Please, let's give him a resounding round of applause, please. Please, just to note that we have mayors from different parts of Africa that are represented in this conference.
Thank you. But I know him very well. We are from the same state. Professor Majid Alabi is someone I this afternoon. It's good to see you, sir. The national chairman of the largest political party in Africa will have been here this afternoon. As a matter of fact, we were in Jos together yesterday. When I reminded him of this event, he said I should not worry, we'll come back no matter how late. So he was looking forward to be here. Of course, we will have come together. But as he was doing one or two things, he had a call. You know, this season is election season. So he had a call from the higher authority, which he can't say no to. So he had to quickly answer the call and ask me to come. So the voice is mine, but the message is his. So you'll be hearing my voice while the statement is his own. So I don't want to take our time again. So I will go ahead and read his keynote address. Distinguished leaders, leaders, the policymakers, development partners here present, members of the academia, captains of industry, our energetic youth. I don't know if there is over 50% youth. So APC is a youthful party. Members of the press, who are my colleagues, if they are here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying this kind of brain power, especially the one like Professor Alabi, that could bring this kind of brain power in one room, is either going to solve Africa problems or at least give us very good ideas and even better conversations over lunch. I sincerely commend the organizers of PAGMACA 2026. Platforms like this are not just conferences. They are where ideas are tested, challenged, and sometimes even rescued from PowerPoint slides into what we have real life. Africa is a very interesting point in its journey. We are blessed, no doubt about that. Natural resources, of course, there are plenty. Human capital in abundance. Energy and creativity off the chart. But we also face real challenges, and these include poverty, inequality, as well as governance gaps. So the issue is not whether Africa can rise. Let's be honest with ourselves. We have said that many times. The real question is, who will lead that rise and how? Because leadership is not about the title. If it were, of course, Africa will have solved all its problems a long time ago. Leadership is about impact, about integrity. It's about making decisions that may not be popular today, but are necessary for tomorrow. From my experience, leadership must be purpose-driven, people-oriented, people-centered, and performance-oriented. In simple terms, leadership is what must work. Let me say, sometimes, something we all know, but sometimes avoid. No matter how beautiful a policy sounds in Abuja, it doesn't make sense in a village in Benue or a community in Bayelsa, then we need to go back and review it. Development is not what we announce, it is what people experience. It is when the farmer can actually get his produce to market. The young graduate doesn't need 5 years experience for an entry-level job. And small businesses can grow without needing prayers, connections, and miracles. That's when development is real. One of our biggest problems is this. Sometimes policies are designed in very comfortable offices, far away from the discomfort of the people they are meant to serve. We must fix that if we are to move forward. And how do we do it? By involving communities in decision making, by using technology, not just for social media, but for governance, by building strong institutions, because strong individuals eventually retire or they relocate. Because at the end of the day, trust is the real currency of leadership. And once it drops, inflation is very hard to control. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. Now, this can either be a blessing or a very loud problem. The difference is what we do with it. Young people are not leaders, are not just leaders of tomorrow. If we keep saying that, tomorrow we keep moving like NEPA light. They are leaders of today. So we must equip them, we must involve them, and most importantly, we must trust them. We all love big ideas, Nigerians especially. We can design vision documents that can impress United Nations. But leadership is not about documents, it is about results. It's about system that works even when no one is watching, that outlive administrations and deliver consistently. Nigeria is one of the most strategic countries in Africa. We have talent, we have resources, and we have energy. Yet, we also have challenges. What are these challenges? Unemployment, infrastructure gap, and sometimes implementation that disappears halfway. So the issue is not about ideas. It is leadership and execution. So something must change. We must move from control to collaboration, from rhetoric to result from authority to accountability. Why? Because Nigerians are not asking for magic. They are asking for working systems. Let's be clear about this. The true test of governance is not what happens in Abuja or Lagos or any part of Nigeria. It is what is felt in rural communities, riverine areas, urban informal settlement. If development doesn't reach there, then we are only developing PowerPoint ideas. What are the practical steps forward? Just like mentioned by Prof. We must be deliberate in strengthening local governments, investing in rural infrastructure, support small businesses, use technology for transparency, empower youth, and fight corruption, not just in speeches, but in systems. Nigeria does not lack talent. Nigeria does not lack resources. What we need is leadership. We need private sector. We need civil society and choose a better path. What are these better paths? Counts. And every leader is from talk to tangible results. Because at the end of the day, Nigerians don't want to hear speeches. They want to feel leadership. Thank you. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause? Being represented by Mr. Toki Abimbola. Thank you. Thank you so much for those very valid points. We know that the National Chairman is not just a politician, but he's also a technocrat. He's an academia. So from his speech, it will tell you so much that he believes in. We must be deliberate, not just in speeches, but in impact. Thank you so much for those words, because leadership is all about impact. We impact from the local level. We're going to rush through this. We're moving straight to the panel discussions. But just before then, we have in our midst the Vice Chancellor of the Taraba State University, Jalingo. He's here with us. None other than Professor Bako Paul Sunday. Please, let's give him a resounding round of applause. Please, I will just give you a few minutes to just greet the delegates and the participants before we get into the panel discussion. Please, let's welcome our Prof for just a word of greeting. Let's appreciate him with a round of applause, please. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry I'm coming in a little late. I came in from another program in Kano. We're having a meeting, workshop with the pro-chancellors of all state universities in Nigeria. I was delighted when I got the invitation to be at this discussion. And I must say, as I struggled to reaching here, I am not disappointed. I could have said, let me skip it since I am already late. But I said I was going to get here. And seeing, even though I'm coming in at the middle of the program, seeing or listening to the quality of the discussion, I'll say, I am glad I made it. And I'm very sure we will still celebrate being here later today and through this program, and then possibly part of tomorrow. So I understand we'll be here tomorrow morning and as well in the evening. where we are going to do the eating and the dancing. It is important and very, very apt that we are meeting here as a group today to discuss the issue of leadership. Prof has given a very interesting talk concerning leadership, accountability in today's society. Yeah, we've had leaders for millennia. So why are we still talking about it? You have new challenges. Therefore, you must continue to evolve your ways of managing the people, which is all leadership is about. Leaders, you have the responsibility to chart the way forward. At another forum organized by NIPS here in Abuja last week, which I was also part of, it emphasized the need for leadership to evolve to meet the challenges of the modern world. Different ideas, if you don't move along with these ideas, you will either mislead or abandon your followership. And that is not what we want to do. I was particularly delighted that the chairman of APC, Sia, represented. And I also listened very carefully to his presentation. We need to continue to engage at all levels, sharing experiences and also strategizing on how to continue to deliver on our mandate as leaders in a modern world. With these few remarks, I once again say thank you, Dauphin, for making me part of this wonderful event. I appreciate it. And I salute you all, my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor of Taraba State University. Please, let's give him a round of applause once again, please. Okay, because we'll spend so much time today, we'll delve straight into the panel discussions. Everyone that will be on this panel are men and women that have carved a niche for themselves in their own areas of sphere. We might not be able to go into all their profiles, but I believe that when they sit down and they begin to speak, it will tell us the class of people that have been put together for this panel discussion this beautiful afternoon. All right, I'd like to mention that as soon as the panel discussion is over, we'll have some few moments for questions. So as they are speaking, as each speaker will be speaking, we're not going to interrupt them. They will speak. So if you have any sort of questions for them after the speaking, you will be free to do so. I'm going to call on our first panelist today. He is the immediate past president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners of the Nathaniel Adebiji Foundation. Please let's welcome TPL Nathaniel Adebiji. Please let's give him a resounding round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. And I'd like also to invite the country convener of the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. I'd like to invite, is it he or she? Okay, not here. I'd like also to invite to join Dr. David Turangwa Michael. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes. Dr. David is a leading environmental and sustainability expert and is also the executive director of Global Initiative for Food Security and Ecosystem Preservation. Please let's give him a round of applause. And I'd like now to invite a lady. She's the Vice President of the African Union Youth Club and a leading advocate for youth empowerment, gender inclusion. Please let's welcome Telka Orakwe. Please let's give her a round of applause. I'd like now to invite Barrister Romy Mom. He is a leading legal practitioner and a public interest advocate. Is he here? Barrister Romy is not here. Okay. So I'd like to invite from the Center for Climate and Environmental Studies, the Executive Director, Dr. Aminu Zakari. Please let's give him a round of applause as he joins us. So these speakers will be speaking on different topics that have been communicated to them. Please, can we have another microphone? I also have Hawar Musa Rafsajani. Is she here? Is he here? Oh, is it she, right? So I'm correct. Oh, you're representing him. Please, let's give a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we have diverse topics here that will be looked into by these panelists. We have the issue of urban planning and population growth. I believe that our town planner will handle that. And also we have the role of local government in food systems. And of course, Alain will handle that. And then we also have the issue of climate smart agriculture. Climate smart agriculture. And then we also have the issue of youth participation that will be handled by Lady Tekla Orakwe. And then we also have the issue of civil society oversight. And then also we have community policing and sustainable partnership. So these speakers will also, Dr. Zachary will handle climate adaptation planning. So as they speak, if you have any particular question that will be directed to each of the speakers, please just note it down. We'll have a few minutes to go through that. So let me start from Dr. Zachary from this end, and then we move down to this end. So why are the women seated? I'll just ask, why are the women seated? Please, can we have a lady come this way? Please, Daddy, sir. Please, Daddy, sir. Can you come this way, please? Thank you so much, sir. Let's balance the equation. Gender balance. All right. Sir? Yeah. Okay. So let's start from, hello. Okay. Let's start from Dr. Zachary.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Aminu Zakari. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Aminu Zakari, the Executive Director of Center for Climate Change and Environmental Studies. And I've had the focusing of the key smart agriculture as well as mitigation and adaptation, bringing mitigation there, because these are two critical issues on climate change. I would love to go into the field and implement practical projects that address the key issues. So we love to address key critical issues that talk to the topical issues, because we all can see the impact of climate change. Everybody here experiences the impact of climate change. If you look at the agricultural system, the food productivity, the food security, all these are boiling down as a result of the impact of climate change on agricultural productivity. And agriculturally speaking, if you farm early, you are in trouble. And if you farm late, you are in trouble. So what do? We need to abide by the key three principles of climate smart agriculture, whereby you increase productivity, you reduce the CO2, as well as livelihood for the farmers. Now look at it from the perspective of climate information services, which is one of the key pillars. Here, Prof was talking about the issue of flooding earlier. Most of our local people, the predominant farmers, have no information about climate change, and that's why they can plant early, not knowing the impact of planting your product early, as well as maybe probably planting it late. Therefore, there is need for climate information services. One of the key practical interventions that we have implemented is the issue of engaging or linking up with the national meteorological agencies, in the sense of getting the climate data, sharing this with the agricultural extension agent in the field, at the field level, and therefore disseminating this information to the local farmers. In one practical project that we have practically implemented, which is sustainable to this moment, is the issue of installation of climate smart agriculture in terms of automatic weather information system in localities, whereby you build the capacity of these agri-extension officers to be able to know how to generate those information, as well as disseminating it. So the key critical thing again is that we have a lot of funding that are available unassessed for adaptation services. We have the practices of agroforestry, which is very critical, and people are not adapting to that. We also have the conservation agriculture, because you're talking about adaptation planning here. Most people within the local area, for example, engage in deforestation. Deforestation is a source of business for some communities. In fact, we've been to communities whereby we see having association of charcoal sellers in the state level, at the state level. So how do we address this? Until we go back to addressing this from other sectors. Now, the government, through the fund from the World Bank, ACRISAL is doing a great job at the state level. In fact, almost all the states of the country, including Abuja, are practicing ACRISAL. ACRISAL is the, agroclimate resilience activities that is being funded by the World Bank. And implementing this project at the state level also give room for grant assessment from the development funds that are available. Look at the access to those funding now. It becomes a very big challenge, whereby even the technical officers in the field are finding it difficult to access this funding from the UN system. These are a very big challenge. At the UN level, we're able to initiate a meeting to build the capacity of technical officers in the field, whereby you can access some of these resources, we build their capacity, because sometimes it's not just the proposal that you're drafting, it's how fundable are these proposals. And then you also need to do your critical need assessment to be able to address that. So there are so many issues in that area that need to be addressed. Now, if you look at it, there's even a funding directed to adaptation. Apart from the Green Climate Fund, the GEF, the Global Environmental Facilities, there are also funding that is strictly meant for adaptation funding. Those fundings are lying down there. To be candid with you, in our last session at the GEF meeting in DC, some of the funding are inaccessible by African countries. These are big challenges because the resources are there, but it's like they are locked up with chains and different keys. You have to unlock this, unlock that, until your capacity is properly built so that you can be able to understand what are the the logical framework on how to assess or unlock these resources. If not, these resources keep coming to the country or domicile in DC, and then it never gets to the community where the real resources are needed for the adaptation. But like I said, critically, we need to talk about adaptation as well as we also talk about mitigation. Because if we keep talking about adaptation, what are the root causes of this problem? Because something must have caused it. Look at the issues of maybe the developed countries. Since Industrial Revolution, they started emitting more CO2 into the atmosphere. Now we are aiming at 3.5 or heading to 4 degrees Celsius. And if we want to go back to the 1.5 degrees Celsius under the UNFCCC, therefore a lot of activities that is channeled towards mitigation need to be addressed. Now the fossil fuel is a critical issue, even at the global level. At the Paris Agreement, issues of the loss and damage comes up at the UNFCCC. Most of the countries that are, signatory to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the argument keep going back and forth, back and forth. This year, November, we are going to the COP31. That means this is the 31st year of the back and forth of the UN Climate Change Conference, the COP that we always talk about. COP31 is coming up, but every year in, year out, we are still discussing the same theoretical, framework on how to mitigate the impact of climate change. Africa are pro-mitigations, while the West are pro-adaptation. Because we can't just rely on maybe our technical capacity to be able to say, okay, fine, the African continent. And if you put it all together, the whole of African continent has only emitted less than 4% of the CO2 that is causing some of this climate disaster. So critically for Nigeria, if you look at some of the challenges, year in, year out, the professor spoke earlier when he made reference to issues of flooding. This is an annual reoccurring issues. And what are the causes of this thing? It's because of the lack of those climate information services. Until we bring this to the board and start building the capacity of the people, then we can address those issues of that. Then the issue of the energy aspect that we're talking about, Prof talked about waste earlier. The waste to wealth is a very big issue, because if you look at the waste to wealth, some of those agro waste that we see burn into the atmosphere, the agro waste are also, resources for wealth. We can convert them to briquetting, we can convert them to other sorts of energy, and then we also look at it from the perspective of the carbon credit. Carbon credit has become like maybe something that we keep talking year in, year out every time we go to the COP. But the carbon credit is needed in the sense that we need to start harnessing the impact of some of the initiatives that we are implementing at the national level. Most of the agencies are even at the household level. People are utilizing, solar panel. At the corporate level, some people are utilizing the solar panel. Broadband, they've not developed.
Believe that you're taking notes and we're ready to ask them questions. I like to call, and of course, they're into civil society legislative advocacy. How do we manage oversights? All right? So please, let's go ahead.
How do you manage what?
Oversights, yeah. Legislative oversights.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patsha Batagwai. I am representing our Musarraf Sanjani, who is the Executive Director of Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, which is also Transparency International Nigeria. I was informed I'm supposed to speak on civil society oversight, how civil society can effectively engage, local governments, for transparency and good governance. So I want to start by saying the role of civil society cannot be overemphasized. Civil society is very, very important in any level of government. It is important if you want to achieve good governance. It is important in a democracy. And so most of the times, civil society is perceived as being antagonistic or attacking government. But that is not the role that civil society plays. Civil society's effort is supposed to complement that of government. We're supposed to be like the bridge between the citizens and those who govern them. We're supposed to be that bridge that helps citizens to demand accountability and to also communicate the issues that affect citizens to those that govern them. And so with regards to local government, there's a lot that civil society can do. I want to start with capacity building. So capacity building for citizens and capacity building for even the local government officials. Most of the time, citizens in a rural community, because that is where the local governments are, they're at the grassroots level, and most of the time, citizens at that level are not very aware or enlightened on the role, and responsibilities of local government. And so when you're not properly enlightened on the role and responsibility of the local government in your ward, how would you then be able to demand accountability? How would you be able to know if they are doing what is right, if they are, attending to your needs as they should? And so civil society can play the role of sensitization, enlightenment, building the capacity of people at the grassroots level and ensuring inclusion. That means carrying along the youth, the women, people with disabilities, educating them so that when they approach their local government councils, they're able to, express their needs, and be able to communicate that to those who represent them at the local government so that their needs are met by those at the local government council. Then also for the local government officials now, from the council chairman, the secretaries, all those working there, some of them also need to be educated and their capacity built on their roles that they're supposed to play, the responsibilities that they're supposed to handle as local government officials. So that is the role of civil society. There is nothing wrong in working at the grassroots level and ensuring that the capacity of local government officials and even the citizens at that level is built, and there's a lot of enlightenment and education so that those who are governing are able to know what is expected of them, and those who are governed are able to also know what to expect, from the local government council. Secondly, we also talk about, evidence-based advocacy. Now, as civil society, it is very, very important for us to engage the local government councils, to also carry out our own research, evidence-based, go to that level, research on, projects that have been outlined in the budget that are supposed to be implemented. Do your research on also the needs of the community. That way, whatever advocacy you are doing to the local government council is coming from an informed point of view. You are talking with evidence. You are talking because you understand the needs of the people, and you are presenting this evidence to the local government council. And so it strengthens your advocacy because you are coming with evidence based on data and research, and you know that you are fully representing the interest of the local government citizens. Now, we'll also talk about town hall meetings. It is very important for the governed and those governing to meet and to discuss. Civil society can also organize town hall meetings where you bring together citizens in that local government and you bring the local government council officials so that they have one-on-one interaction. These are people that are governing. These are your local government council members, and some people have never met them. They don't even have any kind of interaction with them. But when you organize that town hall meeting, it's a way of, strengthening accountability, because people are there, they talk to their local government officials, tell them their problems, tell them their issues. The local government officials are also able to account, give accounts to the citizens. And so you're creating a platform where there's conversation, there's interaction, there's one-on-one interface, and a better understanding of one another. Then we also talk about...
One more, please. One more, please.
Okay. Civil society, we shouldn't work in isolation. There is need for us to work, together. And so if a civil society, it is good to also engage with organizations at the grassroots level, whether it is women groups, youth groups, civil society organizations, NGOs at the local level. There you're able to also empower them, you're also able to work with them to be able to communicate better the needs of the people at the local government level, to be able to engage with the local government council, and to be able to carry out advocacy together, because they are there, they are based there, they understand better the issues at that level. There's also very important the use of social media, social media and digital advocacy, where you are able to use the power of social media to showcase and commend the local government officials where they are doing what is right. You put it out there, and where they are not doing what is right, it is also put out there. And sometimes when their attention is called, maybe this is very, how will I say it? Sometimes it's very common when people write letters, when you make inquiries one-on-one through letter writing. Sometimes response doesn't come. Sometimes you don't get the kind of accountability. But when you use platforms that bring these issues out, oh, there was budget that was allocated for this project. There was budget that was allocated for this particular need in the society, and it did not happen. When you use these digital platforms to bring out these issues, you see that government is quick to take action on some of those things that you have raised. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. I believe that we're all taking notes so that we don't drag our speakers too much. I'm going to head on to the next speaker. He will be talking on climate smart agriculture. Of course, he's an expert when it comes to environment and the climate. Please, let's allow Dr. David to speak now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. If you don't answer me, I will not continue. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to congratulate the organizer, Dr. Dofan, for putting this together, but to congratulate you all for staying. It's always very difficult when you have events like this, then people come, early in the morning, fill up, and by late afternoon, everyone is out, but you are still here. So thank you for staying behind. I'll be sharing about climate smart agriculture, and let me start by asking you, have you eaten today? Are you sure? So do you know where your food comes from? From the soil. Okay, beautiful. The food, was it imported or locally made? Both. So, but this is a question that I would like you to take some time to think about it before you respond. Where does your food come from? So, statistics clearly tells us that about 35 million Nigerians face acute hunger. So it is general for Nigerians to say we are hungry. Majority are hungry. But those who actually face acute hunger, 35 million persons. It's not 35 million ants. 35 million human beings. And I'm happy we have friends from other African countries here. Food is a global issue. It is not just in Nigeria. Across East Africa, Southern Africa, where drought has ravaged countries like Zimbabwe, Malawi, and all due to the El Nino phenomenon, we're facing this serious issue of hunger. And this is where climate smart agriculture comes in. The first speaker highlighted the importance of climate adaptation. You cannot talk about climate adaptation without mentioning agriculture and food. A former governor in Nigeria introduced the term stomach infrastructure. Sounds very funny, but that is the first infrastructure that you must build for your people. You build all the roads and people are hungry, and then it makes no real sense. Now, a few days ago, the G7, the G7, they had a meeting in Paris, and one of the major outcomes of that meeting was a declaration that land degradation and drought and desertification are global security threats. And that is a fact. It is one of the biggest issues we are facing in Africa. But sometimes we hardly discuss or talk about it because it directly impacts our food security, but not just our food security, but our sovereignty as a country. Any country that cannot feed itself is a poor country. That's a fact. When you depend on other countries to feed you, as currently we are practicing, then you should think about the rest. So I'd just like to highlight 3 simple things, and I'll start with a short story. So working with a group of farmers in Kebbi State. Kebbi grow rice, as you know. So we're working with these guys. And then this young man decided to take a loan from one of the microfinance banks to grow rice. So he was one of the early birds. First onset of rain, second onset of rain, which is described as fourth onset, he planted. And the rice came out well, and then suddenly there was a dry spell. 1 week, no rain. 2 weeks, no rain. 3rd week, no rain. And by the 4th week, no rain. What do you think will happen to the crops? Scorched. So, the guy ran away. That was his exit strategy. He ran away from his community and left his 3 wives and crossed over to Niger Republic. And simply because he was unable to pay his debt. Now, by contrast, another farmer within that same community, Baba Ibrahim, I remember his name so well. He listened to the weather information on the radio, and it was clearly stated that there would be dry spell. And so he thought of what he would do and decided to sell a few of his goats and bought a pumping machine, a water pump, and then sunk a hand well and started irrigating his crops. And as soon as he heard this, he also informed the community members that this is what he heard. And they dismissed it. That, oh, this is what the weather forecast will always say. It will rain and then it will not rain and all. They disbelieved it. So Baba continued irrigating. And by the 4th week, his farm was still doing well. While others realized then I asked him, so what did you do with the money? So I'm using these 2 things to just highlight climate smart agriculture. First, accurate weather information. We must educate our farmers to listen to weather information. This is very, very key. Secondly, Nigeria largely depends on rain-fed agriculture. With climate change that is facing, it's changing. So our alternative, the best option, is with irrigation. And with irrigation, we can actually grow food 3 cycles in a year, unlike the rainy season. And this is what is practiced, especially up north. Most of the vegetables through Fadama and all. But now, there's a big issue. Many of the farmers largely depend on generator pump that uses fuel. So what is the cost of fuel now? Many of the pumps can take, the water pump can take up to 10 liters of fuel. That's about 15,000 naira. So if you are to use that per day to irrigate your farm, so how much will you harvest, how much will you sell? This is where the solar pump comes in. Direct energy from heaven. That's what I describe it. For those of you who have solar in your homes, you always say, why didn't I install these things? With water pumps, solar water pumps, these farmers are able to irrigate. So cost is saved. They need the support. And I'm saying this because a lot of times, a lot of government intervention go to commercial farmers. I remember last year, the president launched 2,000 plus tractors. I passed around the Kwali axis a few days ago, and I saw those tractors there. They are targeting the big farmers. It is actually the smallholder farmers that feed the country. In fact, feed Africa. The commercial farmers will always produce, but it is for export. Little wonder, Gary became so expensive. Gary, our common Gary like this. Why? A lot of companies set up to start producing ethanol and all. So farmers were now selling to these factories, and then our Gary and fufu now became an issue. Now, as I conclude, the last part is our post-harvest losses. Few days ago, the world marked International Day of Food Waste. There's a lot of food waste in the country. And the simple part of the reason is we are not able to add value, we are not able to process. This is why you are traveling on Nigerian roads at this time that we are complaining of food insecurity. And what you see is our farmers drying food by the roadside. Are we serious about feeding ourselves when we are drying food by the roadside? It doesn't take anything to produce solar dryers in communities. These are simple things that local government and all can do for the people. While we reflect on that, the last point you're looking at me is seeds. Seedlings. Now, when you hear the conversation about climate smart agriculture all the time, seeds, without seed you cannot plant, you cannot grow. So where do farmers get seed? There is a big debate which the African traditional food is under threat. And we need to watch it carefully. Otherwise, that is the last thing we have as a people. Every other thing has been taken over. Our energy is taken over. Nearly everything we have in this hall, majority is imported, including our phones, including our clothes. So what we have left is our food, the traditional food. Now, don't let people confuse us in the name of climate smart agriculture and introduce seedlings to us that will further and continuously impoverish our people and take over our food sovereignty. We need to be careful. I don't want to mention GMOs and all, but, the professor has left. We have research institutes in this country that produce seeds. And so, this is the way to go. We need seeds, viable seeds. The old traditional seeds that our farmers were using in the past is no longer viable due to climate change, increase in temperature. We need drought-resistant varieties and all. But we need to be careful so that we are not taken over. Lastly, what we do to support small communities is we teach them to grow their own food. Imagine everyone here has a garden at the back of his home just to grow simple vegetables. Imagine everyone in Africa or every Nigerian that has a space is already growing something. We can actually feed ourselves if we take the right step. But if care is not taken, our food security will be taken over. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll move very quickly to Tekla Orakwe of the African Youth Club. And of course, she'll be speaking on youth participation. So,
thank you very much, Mr. Steve. My name is Tekla. People all the time don't know how to pronounce it, so I try as much as possible to teach before I actually teach why I'm here. So my name is pronounced as Tekla Orakwe. So I'm just going to move straight into why I've been called on this panel. It's quite a privilege to be assigned to speak on the topic that says youth participation, engaging the next generation in local governance and policy formulation. So I would like to start by saying something very quickly. African young people make up to over 60% of the continent's population. And yet, we hold just 1% of elected local government positions in many countries in Africa. So if we can take a moment to think about this, how does that even balance? Because how does the majority of a population be the minority voice? The people who make decisions, the leaders in power who make decisions, but they don't reflect the realities of those people affected by those decisions. It means policies has failed. And this policy failed not because these leaders are bad people. No. The policy failed because they are making decisions for a reality they are not close enough to. The local communities, the local government are where life happens. In fact, those are the places where life begins. I am a product of a very interior part of Nigeria. A lot of us here are. We are the reason there is an election at the national level. Because every problem in a country starts from the community inside. Those are where the problems are. And sometimes what Prof called the national cake always starts from the center before it gets home. And then the local communities, why I say that is where life happens is because those are the places the roads are bad. Those are the places that climate change is affecting the most. I am from the Riverline area in Anambra State. I remember that year when flood almost took a whole town in Aguleri. Those are the communities where everything that is being done in the center should focus on. Those are the places where a young mother cannot access good health care. Those are the places where education is underfunded. And these young people are the people living close to this reality. So the question is, who best solved this problem? Okay, I would like to also probably talk about the cost. Let's just talk about the cost of youth reluctance in local government leadership participation. First of all, structural barrier. There are so many laws, frameworks across Africa, local government laws and frameworks across Africa that say things about age requirements, financial deposit expectation for candidacy, and other bureaucratic processes that, whether intentionally or not, put the youth out. Just imagine a young person intending to run for a position in local government, but then he has to worry about funds that he doesn't have, connection that he hasn't built yet, and time that he's spending every single day trying to survive. So it means that the system probably didn't have us in mind when it was being built. Another barrier is what I call cultural perception. There is this understanding in the African community that leadership is made for the elders. Leadership is made for the old. Right? I am a big advocate of respect. Seniority, respect is beautiful. We are Africans. That is who we are. We should honor that. Right? But there is a difference between respecting age and wisdom and silencing actual potential. The potential deposited in African people, African young people, can never be overemphasized. You can never taste a fruit until you take a bite. They need a platform for us to actually taste the fire existing in each and every one of us. And we need platforms to explore these things. Another barrier is, I like to put down my points because I don't like leaving a talking session and be regretting I didn't say something. So, capacity and confidence gap. A lot of young people don't know how government works. A lot of us don't know how leadership works. We were taught civic education in secondary school. People from the class of 2016, I think that was when the civic education was added to the curriculum. But you know the thing, civic education when I was in school was theory. Enter exam hall and define government. Factors affecting government. Types of write it and get out. That is not preparation for the future. That is not preparation for the future if you ask me. So what we should do is to teach how governance work. This is how you are supposed to contest for this position. This is your right to questioning certain development. A situation where, because the African Union Agenda 1963 was not a sole conversation or a sole suggestion. It was a unifying decision. And every government in Africa signed to that decision. But in a situation where youth participation is being ignored by this local government, that single framework, which is the Agenda 2063 binding us all, is being violated and ignored. And I would like to say to every mayor, every leader, everybody occupying an office in this room, if we must beat our chest and say we have done the job, then we must be able to boldly call for youth inclusion, practically, not for stage speeches. Practically. That is the only way we can move forward. Because this is not charity, this is compliance. And I would like to say that being the Vice President of the African Union Youth Club, I wasn't called and handed the position. It is because I refused to wait for permission. I refused to wait for permission to contribute to the growth of my community, my environment, the people, women, children. Whatever it takes for us to get it right, we will keep doing it until we get it right.
Right.
So finally, I would like to conclude by saying, I would like everybody to leave this room today. I know that so many organizations, including the African Union Youth Club, we are building frameworks where there will be leadership training for young people, young Africans, teaching them how leadership works, how they can be involved, things they need to know, right? And so many other organizations do that too. And I pray we continue.
Thank you.
And we should leave here today understanding that the African youth are not asking for permission. We are not asking for a favor. We are just asking the people in power to please partner with us. It is not about whether we are ready. The question is, are you ready to walk alongside with us?
Thank you.
Because the youth are not the future, are not the leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of today. And I like to illustrate that by taking my favorite passage in the scriptures that says, surely goodness and mercy shall follow us. When? So why wait for tomorrow?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. The youths have so much energy in their blood. So you can see that all the speakers have been speaking. When it got to the youth, it took another dimension. So basically, this conference is for leadership, governance, collaboration. We must collaborate with the youth. The private sector is also here. Everyone is here. So we believe that at the end of the summit, we'll come up with a proper solution on how to work together and move our continent forward. I'd like to quickly allow the town planner himself, the immediate past president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, TPL Nathaniel, to take the floor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank the organizers for calling us to be part of this conversation. Thank you very much for knowing the importance of planning. I'm also very glad that the representative of the APC chairman is here, because I'm sure you will have something to take back to the office of the ruling party, today, so that if there was a hope, and if the hope was renewed, we can see the substance of the hope. So I thank you very much. In the beginning, before human beings came to the surface of the earth, there was a preparation. The earth was without form, according to the scriptures. And God now caused the dry land to appear. That was the beginning of planning. Because God was ready to populate the earth with people who are going to develop it, with people who should enjoy it, with people who should make the best out of the use of the environment that he was creating. He created land and then, planned it. He put all the fruits that were there. He created the paths that they should walk in. He made sure that the place where they should recreate was it. And God saw that everything was good. All these things were done before man was created. And that tells you that before you bring any child to the surface of the earth, if you have not prepared for that, you are walking against God's plan. So he now brought a dispensation of procreation. And that procreation was when he said that man should increase, multiply, and replenish the earth. And what's the meaning of that? That we should be able to multiply, reproduce. And that was the order that God gave to man. And that's why, population growth started. From 2 people, today we are talking about 8 billion human beings on Earth's surface, right from 2 people. Though there was a time of the deluge, during which the whole earth was wiped away except only 8 people that were left. But man continued again, and growth continued. I like what, all the lamentations of Professor Malu when he was here, and some of the challenges that he saw. It all is all because of lack of planning. So it is important that population must increase if there must be continuation of the earth to run. God created a perfect earth. Men destroyed it. And it is also in the power of man to restore the dignity of the earth's surface as it was in the beginning. And that is the job that God has given to town planners to do. And anybody who is trying to do otherwise is climbing a tree from the top, and it cannot work. You can only fall down and have what we call spilled development. Continue to cry over spilled milk. It's something that has been aborted. It's impossible. You cannot put them together again. So God has helped us. As humans, we create. Now, from statistics, we have not less than over 200 human beings being born every hour of the day. I'm talking about 200,000 human beings being born every hour of the day. But if you think about that, you know the number of people that will be born. If this one continued, where would we have been today? I was looking at WhatsApp when I came in here, and I just discovered that even in Nigeria alone, we have in Yobe State, women in Yobe State, the lowest is in River State, 2.9. That's what is happening. That every born woman, that is average, is able to produce this. And you can imagine how our population is growing. But lo and behold, the same way people are dying. My friend's wife died on January 14th last year. And then we were space. The only place we could find space was the one in Maraba. We said, how can we be in the town like this and carry a dead body to go and put in Nasarawa? It was very embarrassing. We had to beg and do some things, to get a space in Federal Medical Center along Jabi Airport Road. And when we got there, see human beings lying down on the floor like goats, as if there was an epidemic. Recently, one of my relatives died, and that one was taken to Kubwa mortuary. And as we were talking, the mortuary attendant told us that, you see, that inside that we should make a choice of the type of mortuary care. So painful. What is it so painful? What is it that has happened to them? What has happened to them is that Nigeria has happened to them. What has happened to them is that, and population is growing. So many things are happening. People are overcrowded. People cannot have places to sleep. There is no, we have is because buy and sleep. These are the causes of our problem. Our population must grow. But when we do not plan for them, we have a problem on our hands. And this is the issue. This is the issue. I used to work in one of the offices in government here, in Abuja Environmental Protection Board. And almost every month, we had not less than about 80 unidentified bodies that we were called to come and bury them, mass burial. And it's happening all across the country, just because lack of planning in Nigeria. Many children that are born today that have no father, no mother, in quotes, because they are rejected by the society. And what is happening? Many of these things happen because of housing deficit. It causes what you call, apart from numerical overcrowding, you have what you call social overcrowding. That people who are of different sexes are living in the same place who are not related, because when they are pressed under nature, something happens. And then they give birth to a child which they did not plan for. So these are some of the things that happen because we refuse to plan. We need to plan. We must plan. If not, we are just heading for dangers. Yes, sir. Chairman APC, sir. I read through your manifesto. I say that we are going to obey all planning rules and regulations in Nigeria. Unfortunately, many of the things we are seeing today, they are just the direct opposite of it. Abuja Master Plan is being insulted, abused, bastardized every day when the government is still in place. Please help us tell the ruling party that the town planners are not happy. And in fact, even people who are not town planners are crying over this issue. Something needs to be done. And why is it? It is because many times we put round pegs in square holes. If you want a town to be managed very well, put the person who has been trained to know how to manage cities to be there. When you put somebody who is not trained to know how to manage cities and you put him in a place, he will only destroy the city. And so this is what we want to ask, that let the government put square pegs in square holes. It is not everything that should be politicized. It's not every position that must be politicized. We cannot see the only thing that belongs to us and posterity is the land. And the management of this land is what we call planning. And if we do not plan the land, posterity will not hold us guiltless. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All our panelists, they have spoken very well and extensively on different areas that we have on our program. So I'm going to throw it open very quickly so we don't take much of our time. We can take like 4 questions. I'm going to take the numbers and I'll have Ma? Okay. So let me take Madam number 1. Let me take you, sir, number 2. Please, number 3. Please, sir, number 4. And then number 5. That would be fine, right? 5. So let's not have a question that will come out of inspiration from somebody's so we have number 5. So I'm going to start with Madam. Please, you direct your question to any of the panelists seated here. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm Asma'u from FCT Women Affairs Secretariat. Actually, I wanted to address my question to the prof, but unfortunately he has left. It's all about climate smart. My question is, we have our African brothers here from Gambia and other countries, and I feel that we can learn from their experiences, because he talked about this plastic waste, the high density, all these rubbers and all this sachet water that
It's very, very hazardous to our health and to the soil for our farms. I don't know if if we can share ideas, because they have good experiences, especially in Kenya. Immediately you land in the airport, once you have anything such, anything nylon, they collect it from you. And it was a good thing, and I think one other, or most of these African countries, they have started. But Nigeria, just like the prof that spoke said, once you enter, you go to the market, this nylon leather is free. It's like souvenir. Black leather, they'll just give you free. You can take 10. So that thing is really something that we have to look into it. Then we're talking about teach what to eat. You know, grow this. Like my boss was talking about, renew hope. Like the people that spoke about climate agriculture. I think we are going to work very closely with you, because we have done a lot on this renew hope, this present first lady. So it's something that we used to do before. Everybody has a little garden, and we take fresh vegetables, tomatoes, everything. Now we have to revive it, we have to strengthen it, we have to cascade it. So we need a kind of partnership and collaboration. If she was here, she would have even elaborated more. And the competition that is coming up on climate, on community, there is a lot of reward, prizes to be given to communities that are clean. You know, we need to, it's like my colleague is saying, there are a lot of problems, but we keep lamenting. We need to get solutions so that we can make impact. Then lastly, I wanted to talk about, the flood. The flooding is really a concern to me, because we can see what has happened in the previous year. If you see what happened in Maiduguri, even a snake, everything flooding, how? You know, all those, you understand. If we could also have this group going forward, getting a solution on how to drain that excess water today, just like you have said. Be very proactive, speak about it, and don't be tired. We need to get this country on its foot. We have everything. We are the leaders of, we are the leader of Africa, the black nation. But with all the resources, it's like we are shifting backwards. We are not going forward. I'm sorry to say, my brother from APC, we need to speak out on these issues that are affecting our health, our environment, and other issues that we are facing. So thank you very much. How were you able to, you know, when you go to their countries, you see flowers everywhere. Go to Rwanda, go to Uganda, you know, and Nigeria, what's happening? Even in Abuja, our streets are littered.
Okay.
Of course, the minister is trying. You can see roads all over. In fact, we get missing every day when I drive. I will just go and link up. He's really doing a lot. It's good we look at the positive, then we'll also emphasize on the negative. Honestly, there's a lot of development, but just like you said, having cops, in fact, I've never heard that they are lying there, you have to do mass burial. So there needs to be some sensitization. There could be an outbreak, and it's going to affect everybody. So it's very, very important point you made, the last speaker. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Wanna clap for mommy? Okay, so tomorrow morning by 9 a.m., we'll be having a roundtable conversation where our mayors from the different African countries will be on ground. So we'll be sharing experiences and also discussing on way that we can collaborate together on the continent of Africa. So we can actually go into that. So if you chance tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 12 noon, we'll have that roundtable conversation and interactions. So let me just thank you so much for your contribution, ma. Let me take the other question, number 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dasiva Said Olayinka. I'm a personal assistant to the SA Media and Strategic Communication to the National Chairman. I want to direct my question to Dr. Sakari. He talked about the people in the rural areas still engage in deforestation. But I am aware that there are two categories of people that engage in deforestation. Some, they do that because that is where they earn their living. Some, they do that because of lack of ignorance. They are not aware of the effect of burning down the trees, you know. So I want to ask, how do we prevent these people in the rural areas from, you know, engaging in this act that is affecting climate change, that is contributing to climate change, you know, because the problem, like I've read in some literatures, is endemic, you know, so it affects everybody, and we need to take it seriously so that we will not have something that will consume all of us. Thank you very much.
Can I address it?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this question. I want to start from Hajia's question because, you know, it's some of my focal area. She did mention the issue of flooding as well as the plastic issues that we're having in Nigeria because they are non-degradable. And for the issue of the plastic, currently as the treaty, global treaty that Nigeria is a signatory to, because as we all know, most of these issues are very theoretical. Everywhere you go, they are very theoretical. It's the practicality as well as the implementation that becomes issue. There is the INC, the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Treaty. The treaty has just been enacted. I was part of the whole process. It's been organized by UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, with headquarters so plastic issue is about attitudinal change, orientation, as well as following the international treaty. Like for example, now the plastic will be banned completely. Alternative. There will be alternative. Some people are using form of paper, wood, like we go to some of the sawdust now, they convert them to plastic. That's Europe. Better, I mean, a bottle of water. How portable water do we, for example, to their bathroom? Their bathroom, the water there is as clean as the one in the bottled water. I think that will help us to address the issue. If, you know, domesticating the issue of the international trade. Then the flooding, I mentioned that during my presentation. Flooding is a very big challenge in the country. If you look at it historically, in the Bay Area, I mean Borno, Adama, and Yobe, one of the crises that is affecting those areas, you see that Lake Chad, within the last 40 years, it has shrunk, you know, to the minimum level. I think almost from 100% to about 40 or 30% now. Why? Because of the impact of climate change and also resource control. The Lake Chad basin is not only serving Nigeria, it's serving Nigeria, Togo, Chad, Niger, and that's why that place has become some of the biggest challenge. Most people that know, you know, the Northeast, they know that that is a commercial hub. And that's where you have all these bagger fish, you know, those people that bring some of their resources, they are all domiciled there. And if you look at it, there was a time, I think a lake, you know, broke in Cameroon. Everything fell down to Nigeria, and we know how we suffered. Like I said during the presentation as well, you can see the yearly, you know, erosion that flood Lokoja, household, you know, people displacement, internal IDPs and all of that. So these are some of the challenges we're facing. Now, technically, how can we channel these water bodies to, for example, to recharge the Lake Chad? Because I know there's an initiative under the Lake Chad Basin Development Commission, which is not just Nigeria, among the 4 countries or 5 countries that are utilizing those resources around the area. So I think we should start thinking on innovatively how to recharge a charge when we know we are going to have a very high critical and essential. And then my brother here spoke about the charcoal, the deforestation. Deforestation is a very big challenge in Africa as well as in Nigeria particularly. If you look at the one of the signature projects of Governor Ben Ayade when he was in the office was the superhighway. And one of the barriers to that project was as a result of deforestation. Because if you look at the biodiversity, the ecosystem of the whole area, if you're cutting those trees all the way from there, you're doing more damages, not just to the land, but the biological diversity of that environment, the ecosystem of that environment. Those are some of the reasons that that project did not fly. Because you have to do the EIA, the environmental impact assessment. And after those assessments, one of the things that was very, very critical, in fact, there was an international advocacy to stop that project as a result of the impact that, the environmental impact that deforestation would have created. That is a very critical issue. And then you cannot say, okay, stop using the predominantly, traditionally, our people use charcoal. If you're saying don't use it, what are the alternatives? All the agro waste, this can be converted to briquette. Briquette is a form of charcoal. You know, briquetting is a very big business out there. So, and what do you use for that? They are all waste. For example, if you finish farming now, all the waste, where do you dump them? Sometimes you burn them. And that burning also constitutes emission of the carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. But by the time you convert them into 7 briquette production centers in the northeast, Borno, Adama, and Yobe, where I was a lead technical officer. So these projects are upscalable. You can also replicate them elsewhere, and it will become very sustainable.
Please, can we clap? Can we clap, please? I think, sir, we'll be needing you at the round table tomorrow. It's very, very important, very key. So please, can we have our third question quickly? We have just 4 after that. Yeah.
Kindly permit me to rely on the already established protocols. I'm Adiola Udiola by name, Permanent Secretary, Oyo State Local Government Service Commission. I'm here with greetings from my Governor, His Excellency Engineer Sheyi Abiodun Makinde of NSC, DSC, GSSRS. I equally bring greetings from my chairman, Local Government Service Commission, is Honorable Solomon Akinwale. We're supposed to be here together, but due to other very critical official assignments, he could not make it. So I'm here on that strength to stand in for Oyo State at this very important program by Papyrus Global Body. Now, I have some observations to make coupled with some questions. And they border essentially on civil society oversight and climate smart agriculture. Concerning the civil society oversight, I had the representative, madam, talking about sensitization and capacity building for the youth and the women at the grassroots level, which is very commendable. But I want to add, or rather ask her, what further effort does the society make in terms of collaborative effort with the State Ministry of Local Government, with the AGON, because at least every state has a Ministry of Local Government overseeing the affairs in the local government as regards the political functionaries. At the Local Government Service Commission, we handle the personnel, and I refer to the unified personnel from level 7 to 17. Talk of the appointment, their promotion, posting, training, and discipline. But what do you do as a society after training and retraining, after embarking on capacity building? Is there any effort towards empowering the people you have trained? Because if you train without empowerment, without adequate tools to work with, it might be an exercise in futility. And without collaborating with Argon and the State Ministry of Local Government, that might be a mirage. Considering the fact that most of the local governments in Nigeria today are not autonomous. Now, coming to climate smart agriculture, the erudite scholar spoke on weather forecast and adequate information to the farmers to reduce loss. And when one takes this into cognizance, we see that lack of information, adequate and timely information for our farmers often result into labor loss. There was a time in my church, the church I attend, there was this Igede man, a very big farmer. He told me that that particular year, not that he had it on radio, not that he got information through the usual weather forecast, but that the Holy Spirit just told him that he should not plant early. He should delay that very year. All his colleagues, all his counterparts who planted, put to avert that because he had a spiritual insight to delay. But besides the spiritual aspect, there are physical efforts that we can make. Maybe through the local government agric officers, agric extension officers, and what have you, to get to these farmers. Some of them don't listen to radio. Some of them don't get adequate information. To get them adequately and timely informed so as to avoid losses and so as to boost agricultural production in our country. Flowing from that, our people.
Sir,
is it because we are not making use of the technology and intelligence at our disposal? So I want us to...
Oh, sir, thank you.
Wait, just one more minute. I want us to look into that aspect. And that brings me to the aspect Professor Mojid Alabi spoke about the other time, towards the tail end, like he said. The last time we had full autonomy in Nigeria was 1999 to 2003 at the grassroots level, when the election was conducted by the military. Since the subsequent elections are being conducted by the state, it has not been the same. So, full autonomy for the local government, we equal.
Please,
so
sir,
thank
please.
you very much.
It's
Let
fine.
me just rest my case.
Thank you, sir, please. All right, thank you very much. So, we'll just answer the question for the advocacy. Let's just answer the question of advocacy on the weather. Okay, let's just take those two questions.
Okay, so quickly, the question on civil society oversight. Yeah, unfortunately, local government authorities in Nigeria are still not as autonomous as they used to be, despite the Supreme Court ruling last year, for autonomy of local governments and even, their own budget and allocate that were able to conduct elections, but there's still that challenge of the state governors still trying to hold control, even as we continue to, advocate and work out for the autonomy of local governments. These suggestions and these recommendations for civil society oversight will still come into countries that have their autonomy. So, government council owes them, and also build their capacity on how to cater them on the role and the responsibility that their councils owe them. They're able to have that one-on-one interaction, express what their real challenges are, and also demand accountability from the people in the local government. Most of the times, even here in Nigeria, beyond the local government, at the state and federal level, development might be going on. The government can come in and begin to carry out projects. But if you look at those projects, they are not really the bridges and all of that. But when you talk to the people in that community, they will tell you that these are not our problems. Someone just talked about an overcrowded mortuary. These are issues that really impact directly on the people. But sometimes government doesn't, take that into cognizance. They just go on to do capital projects. So some of these enlightenments and forums will help people to be able to better express themselves. Talk about even the youth, the people with disability. Most times, especially in Nigeria, they are forgotten. You know, government forgets to put their needs as a priority. So when they have these forums and this kind of empowerment, they're able to better express themselves. And then you talk about collaboration with the local government council. So the capacity building goes beyond just the citizens. I spoke about capacity building for the local government officials as well. You know, the role that they need to play, or even the role they're supposed to even carry out in that position that they are seeking. So sometimes even these officials need to be educated on their responsibilities to the people that they are serving, you know, and the roles they ought to play, you know. And then at the state and federal level, you have civil society organizations involved in certain committees of government institutions, you know, and all of that. Why? For, you know, that's the oversight, you know, so that they are able to make their own input, so that they're able to observe proceedings for the sake of transparency and accountability. So that kind of collaboration with government institutions belonging to committees, maybe on budget or procurement and that, it helps, you know, to bring about some kind of transparency and integrity in the process, and they're able to speak for the people. Another form of capacity building, is, you know, working and collaborating with NGOs, civil society organizations at the local level. Some of those organizations at the local level don't really have a voice. They don't really have that big audience or platform. And so when you collaborate with them and you carry them along, they're able to share because they're directly close to the people. They understand the challenges, they understand the needs, you know. And so when you're able to guide them and work together with them, you use your platform to further, amplify their voices and their concerns and their advocacy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Your second question relates to weather forecast about this. If you hear my presentation earlier, I spoke about the climate information services. And then for once, a project I had, because we are field people, we are very practical. A project we have implemented in person was, like I said earlier, is partnership with the NIMET, raining season, late onset, early onset, and all of that. And that's why during my presentation, I also said, agriculturally speaking, if you plant early, you're in trouble. If you plant late, you're in trouble. Therefore, you need accurate climate information to be able to disseminate to your local people, the farmers, predominantly at the village level. And how do you reach out to them? We went as far as we formed partnership with NIMET, as well as other international organizations. We went to the extent of acquiring automatic weather, system, the automatic weather station, and install them. For example, now let's say a solution for Nigeria as the national level now. This was basically for the Northeast. For a national solution, now we have 6 geopolitical zones. Imagine have 6 automatic weather stations in all the one in each of the geopolitical zones. Then train or build the capacity of 1 person from each of the region or 2. Station them there. They know how to take the reading. They know when it's going to rain early. They know when it's going to rain late. And also pass this information to the farmers. Apart from that, some of these people, I don't know if you know about the town criers, the local people right back in the village. These people, some of them are well informed or even more informed than those in the city centers, because you're busy going to work 5 to 9 or 5 to 8 or whatever. Meanwhile, this man has his radio. Those is the AWF, UHF radio. These people, the local farmers, they are well informed. They have this. When you have those information, you place it in each of the local stations in the cities, in the villages. Make sure that every farmer has access to this information, and that will go a long way. Then you can also go and establish a farmer field school. That's what we call farmer field school, a demonstration farm, whereby you are applying some of those techniques of you being climate smart in terms of the information, and this would be like a sample farm to all those that you are trying to pass this information to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll just take the last question, and we'll be done for research.
Good afternoon. Basically, mine will not be a question, but rather a comment. And my name is Lamin Singate, the clerk and public relation officer in one of the largest municipal region in the Gambia called Brikama Area Council. Basically, I want to comment on the the panelists representing the young people. When I heard you talking, what was lingering in my mind is like Africa is more or less the same. We have a society that everyone can agree Africa is the wealthiest continent in the world. But does this translate to the progress and development of young people? The answer is no. This is simply because it's unfortunate. Our leaders are yet to be honest and realistic to us. In the Gambia, most particularly our region, this trend is having a significant shift. Young people are willing to join politics and they are willing to vote. This is simply because the current leadership, the regional leadership I mean, is an example. He's a hope. He have renewed that hope and show the young people that without you, we cannot. So basically, what he does is like, he built up an inclusive governance. And this inclusive governance cut across all the sectors. People with disability, women, young people, they are the center stage of everything. I've been working in that region for almost 7 to 8 years now. 2018, I got an appointment there. Under the previous leadership, or even before I went there, history will tell you that region was one of the most useless regions in the whole country. Even though we are the richest, we are the biggest, because most of these most of these economic activities in the country is within West Coast region, the Gambia, if you know Gambia. But then, these resources cannot be translated to development. And in the Gambia, it's like local government, local authorities are responsible of mobilizing their own revenues, even though the central government have some commitment to do. But unfortunately, they are not also doing that. But with the mega revenue that we mobilize, it ends up going into leadership's pockets, forgetting about representing the people. So for the current mayor, whom I accompanied with, change this trend, because he has shown on many occasions, many times, that the revenue that you pay in belongs to you. That's why he's returning that money to the populace. And again, the trend or the triggering force that entices young people to come into politics is simply because with the scholarship scheme, can you imagine, he have paid, or the Brikama Area Council where he's heading, paid for more than 800 students at university level. Some graduated, some are yet to be graduated, and in different programs. So basically, when he introduced this, the young people of the region begin to wonder, or begin to question, why don't we have such kind of, governance earlier before? So for him, when he was coming to the office, almost 77,000 people voted for him. That's a history. It never happens in the history of our electoral system, local government electoral system. So the hope that young people have in him, he's responding positively to that. So as a result, now he's serving as a sample in the entire 8th region of our country. So with that, I believe when our leaders start thinking in that way, young people will come up. But they will never use young people. Corrupt leaders will never use young people. Simply because every young person possesses 3 qualities. I'm a youth officer. I was a youth activist for almost 20 years. I was a youth leader in my district and stuff like that. We all possess 3 qualities. That we want to be heard, we want to be seen, and we want to be recognized. So you understand the spirit of that. So basically, if you are not very okay if you are not very much truthful and trustful, will expose you. So they either consume you or the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Sorry, are you Honorable Lowe from the Gambia? Is that your name? Larry. Lami. Okay, this is, okay, Lami, they wrote. Oh, okay, that's another person's name. Okay, all right. Yeah,
Yes.
Banjo, yeah. Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. So just 1 minute for our panelists to just...
No, maybe just last one. I was the last one. Yeah, and I'm...
okay.
This is Leonard. Leonard Hango is from Namibia. I'm the town mayor for Shakati Local Authority. I don't have a direct question, but just a reaction in summary because of time. I hope we get time tomorrow to share experiences. But to begin with, the youth and upper youth are talking. And I can feel them because we are also from the youth organizations. But Namibia has walked the talk because we have developed our affirmative action policy. And then in that policy, it really look into the empowerment of women and the youth. Youth empowerment and women emancipation. Now, our head of state, the president, is a woman. Then it's followed by the deputy president is a woman. The speaker of the National Assembly is a woman. Many ministries that are by women. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of the Cabinet Minister. Let's see. Now, what do? They are now advocating for policy formulation. The head of state is saying any policy that is not working in good for the public, we should reform. Yeah, no complicated policy formulation, but when you have a draft policy, take it to the regions for input, so that then the regions will own this policy, and it's easy for implementation. So that is it. Let me go to the town cleanliness and stuff. I'm hearing we have a problem with the littering. What we do for all towns, we zone the towns into different zones, and then we give companies that are more youth-led to clean. So if you found any part of that town that is not clean, then that company will be called. And then, obviously, if you are not performing, you lose the job. No negotiations. So, because we are, all the towns that are small, we learn from our capital city, which is Windhoek. We have been the cleanest city in Africa for long. I think now we are taken over by Kigali, Rwanda. I don't know which one is now. But Windhoek, we have been there for long, but we have developed that culture for doing. If you have to get a plastic from the shop, you need to buy it. So for you to avoid buying plastics every now and then, you must go with your bag and you shop and you put your goods in your bags, and etc. Tomorrow I'll share
so much. Tomorrow by 9 a.m. we'll be having the round table conversations, and there we'll share experiences and all that. So please, 1 minute. Just let me start from this end now.
As for human population will continue to grow. As for yearning for infrastructure, roads, electricity, and so on and so forth, it will continue to grow. And as long as we grow, and it is not ordered, it is confusion. The panacea to it is planning. The answer to it is urban planning. The solution to it is planning.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. This session has been so beautiful. I am very grateful to be here and have shared my thoughts. And everyone sitting on this panel with me are all people of substance. I am grateful Africa has people. I would like to close by saying that the youth are not asking for a favor. We are just asking for access. And when I say access, it's not putting us in a hall and teaching us skill, or putting us in a hall and teaching us leadership. It is pairing with us. There should be a structured way of mentorship where a mayor has like 5 youth working closely with him, not as an intern to make coffee and tea in the morning. No, it is as someone who can attend the meeting, presentation of the mayor. That is how we learn. And that is how our future would very eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. So
Thank you.
Thank you once again for the opportunity. I just want to say that in order for us to achieve sustainable development in any country in Africa, we need to understand the power of collaboration and cooperation. And our call is for the government to be open, to working with civil society. The government should be open to involving civil society, and the government should be open and willing to listen to the demands and the needs of the people. That is the only way that you'll be able to achieve the goal and your responsibility in such a way that it is beneficial to the people. At the end of the day, whether you are a local government, chairman or mayor, a president, you are there to serve the people. And so, in order for you to be successful in your role, you have to listen to the needs of the people. That is the only way we can achieve. And once we collaborate and we involve civil society and we involve other groups within our community, we strengthen transparency, we strengthen accountability. And once those are strengthened, then we are already on the path to achieving sustainable development in any society. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for my recap. I would like to thank our African brothers, the mayors that are here. I thank you very much. I have one message for our African brothers, including us Nigeria. Lots of resources available for climate change mitigation and adaptations. These have been promises from Kyoto Protocol to COP1, and now we are heading to COP31 in Turkey. There are lots of resources domiciled. Time those funds, they recycle the resources. What is their reasons? The Annex 1 countries' reason. The developed countries' reason. Africans' inability to access those resources. Sometimes they are afraid of corruption. So it's high to stand our ground as Africa and the G77 nation to start assessing those resources, be able to start adapting to the impact of climate change and insisting for mitigation to be able to don't cause the problem in the first place, alone asking us whether we contribute less than 4% to the global climate crisis and start bearing the burden of the crisis. They don't farm over there. They are dependent on Africa. We have the land, and then we are suffering the impact of climate change. Meanwhile, they don't want you to develop. So for us, I will urge each and every one of us here, instead of burning the carbon dioxide, start burning the calories and access those funding to address the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, very, very insightful from our panelists. I would like our host for this conference to have a picture with the panelists as we conclude the session. The communique for the conference, are we getting it ready? Are we getting it ready? All right, please, I want our prof, our last speaker, and the vice chancellor to please join up in the photograph. Thank you, sirs. Are we still getting into communicate today and the technical session? All right, so we'll get into the communicate tomorrow, and the technical session will also happen tomorrow alongside with the round table session. After the panelists, After the panelists will. Okay, we're good. Yeah? All right, so let's have all our mayors. All our mayors to please join us. We're concluding this conference now, but tomorrow, do not forget, tomorrow we'll be having the award night. It's going to be an evening of recognition. It's going to be an evening to recognize very outstanding and impactful leaders from all spheres of the society. All right, tomorrow we're converging here again for the awards. Tomorrow, and of course in the morning from 9 a.m. to 12 noon is going to be the roundtable conversations.